Our first email, we've got two emails, and then we're going to get out of here. So this one, mental health, cheating, and threesomes. What a delicious title. Hey, Lewis, long-time fan. My name is James. This is kind of a serious email, but I hope you and the listeners find some humor in it. I've been listening to your podcast for ages, and it always gives me a smile. It's gotten me through some rough times in my life and honestly made it so I could press through the day. Nice. I need some help with this story. At this point, I feel lost. I'm 19. I live in America. I'm pretty antisocial and don't have many friends at all. Also, my parents are not great. I don't really have a relationship with them anymore, so I turned to an Australian podcaster. Yeah, times are tough. My ex-girlfriend and I had been together for almost 5 years. We got together when we were 14 and we're both of our first. Wow, that's super young. It has been the most beautiful and important part of my life for a long time now. We started our relationship right before my parents moved for work, so almost 2 years of our relationship was long distance. That's tough. I turned 17 and moved back to my hometown. So what, you were together for a little bit and then from 15 to 17 you were long distance? I turned 17 and moved back to my hometown to be with her. I then spent a year living in a tent in the woods while building a small camper that we both moved into about 2 years ago. What the fuck? So you're homeless. What's a camper? I thought a camper was like a caravan type thing. Camper build. What is that? Yeah, camper van. Okay, so you live in a van. America rocks, dude. Building a small camper that we both moved into about 2 years ago. Everything's been great, but there's one problem. I cheated on her somewhere in the last year while I was living in the tent while she was out of town. Brother, it couldn't be that good. There's no way tent pussy would be would be worth cheating on your girlfriend, dude. You can't be cheating on your girl for tent pussy, man. At least you gotta do like it. Even single bed pussy would be better than than like you be cold and wet and you fucked a girl in a sleeping bag, brother. That's not good. You can do better than that. Um, I cheated on her somewhere in the year that I was living in the tent while she was out of town. You must be you're like, oh, what do you mean? I'm antisocial and I have no friends at all. You convinced a woman to fuck you in a tent, brother. You might be a bit of a savant when it comes to charisma. I couldn't do that. If I was a billionaire living in a tent, I couldn't convince a girl to come in to have sex with me. She'd be like, red flag. That guy's going to murder me. How the fuck did you swing that? Hey, girl, come back to my place, and you just don't tell her that you live in a tent, and then once she gets there, she's like, well, I'm here. I'm not about to walk 40 minutes out of the woods to get back to the road. What the fuck kind of low standards woman was following you back to a tent for a route? Everything was great. I cheated on her somewhere in the year that I was living in the tent and she was out of town. What do you mean out of town? Was she in like some kind of building, you know? Like you're in the tent, she's just next door in a fucking with a roof over her head. It was the stupidest thing I've ever done. I was hurt, hungry for something different, and as a horny 17-year-old, I wasn't thinking. We were going through a bit of a rough patch as I had recently caught her cuddling with another guy. But it's inexcusable and I hate myself these days. I don't know, man. It sounds like a dumb 17-year-old mistake. It's nothing to hate yourself over. It seems like was also straying. Just seems like a dumb relationship thing. This seems like a fucking insane way that both of you are living. You can't be living in a tent, bro. After my girlfriend got back into town, I felt so bad, and somehow, don't ask me how, me, my ex, and this other girl. Who's your ex? Are you currently with this girl? No. Okay, so she is okay. So you your girlfriend and the girl you had sex with had a threesome. What the fuck? This guy's having 10 threesomes. This guy's getting 10 pussy left, right, and center. Dude, I think you're putting your social skills in the wrong place, man. You're not only are you getting pussy in a tent, you're getting three ways in a tent, brother. This is, I think you might have you've got low self-esteem for no reason. I couldn't get a single girl to come into a tent with me for a platonic conversation. You're getting two chicks in there at the same time to fuck each other? On a swag? That's insane. We were going through a bit of a rough patch as I had recently caught her cuddling another guy. After my girlfriend got back in town, I felt so bad, and somehow, don't ask me how, me, my girl, and this other girl had a threesome. My girlfriend didn't feel too good about it in the months following, and neither did I. I feel like I tried to make that happen so that maybe it would make my unfaithfulness right, but it didn't. Oh, so you cheated on your girlfriend, and then you swung a threesome with your girlfriend, the girl you cheated on her with, and your girlfriend didn't know. Yeah, that's not good, dude. That's not how you have that's not a productive threesome, all right? That's not. See, I've done threesomes before that have been great successes, and that's not how it's done. That's not. I didn't do it like that. And you know what? That's even forgetting about the fact that it happened in a tent. Like already, if you nailed everything, it was consensual, everyone was into each other, no one was pressured, no one cheated on someone secretly with the other one. If you did it all perfectly, but then the location was in a tent, it's cursed, and you've made a terrible mistake. I will even go as far to say that you should never have sex with a girl in a tent. Right? Maybe your girlfriend while camping, but if you live in the tent, you guys are not allowed to fuck until you figure out some other living situation. Like, if you are living in a tent, you guys don't have time to have sex. You got to get to hustle it. You got to get out of that situation. Because the minute you start fucking in a tent, you've accepted that your life is good enough. And it's not good enough, mate. I want better for you. This guy's having threesomes in tents, bro. You might be the most charismatic man alive. Or the most manipulative motherfucker ever. Which it sounds like you might be. After my girlfriend got back in town, I felt so... Oh, after a while, about a year, the guilt got too much for me, and I told her that I had cheated. It was one of the hardest things that I've ever done, but I felt that it was right. We had plans of building a life together, and it didn't feel right doing that with the guilt of cheating, knowing that it could all go away with a word. We stayed together for 2 more months before deciding... Oh, I'm tired. We stayed together for 2 more months before deciding that the right thing to do was to split. Yeah, I think that's right. I feel like there is such a thing as settling down too young before you've experienced the world. Absolutely. That's clearly what's happened with you, dude. You can't, and also, you can't settle down in a tent. What's good about this is that it's a fucking hilarious story that no matter who you tell, they'll be like, because if you tell someone you've had a threesome, right, they're like, what the fuck? Tell me everything. And that's a threesome that happened in a bed in a house. If you tell someone you had a threesome in a fucking tent, that people are going to be like, what the fuck's going on? That's a story. I feel like there is such a thing as settling down too young before you've experienced the world. It's fucked, man. I wish things could be different. I really love that girl. I honestly don't know what to do with myself. I know what you need to do. It's time to get a job and a house. I'm going to live in my truck and travel around for a while. Well, that's a start. But being an antisocial motherfucker has its downsides. What, like having threesomes in a tent? How are you antisocial and you're fucking 2 chicks, 1 tent? What are you, a shaman? Being an antisocial motherfucker has its downsides. This girl, my ex, was the only person I've ever been able to truly talk to, ever been able to completely show myself to. Everything I've done for the past years has almost just been for her. I don't know what to do with me. I'm a carpenter and a mechanic, so not at a loss for work, just any kind of motivation, and at a total loss for friends. I need someone in my life I can share with, but I don't know how to make meaningful relationships. My ex was the only one I've ever been able to truly talk to, and I just don't know what to do now that she's gone. I don't know what I'm living for anymore. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad we broke up. Okay, that's good. That shows growth. It wasn't meant to be. Uh, we're both different people with different goals and ambition, and I don't think we would have broken up without the cheating. So there's a silver lining, I guess. Um, I feel like I'm kind of constantly on the edge of a mental breakdown if I let my mind slip. There's just so much guilt for what I did and hurting the girl I loved, and now I have no one left who really cares about me or vice versa. Hopefully you can shed some light on my situation. I could really use it at the moment. Sorry for the long email. If it's meandering, I'm quite out of it. I think you might benefit from a little bit of God in your life, dude. It's been very helpful for me when you go through some awful things like this, and also when you personally fuck up as well. You know, a bit of forgiveness and repentance is good. Not any type of culty church type situation, but like a personal conversation between you and God can be quite helpful. This doesn't even have to mean church, but a bit of spirituality is good. Have a think about that, maybe. Maybe you don't have to become like a super religious man, but maybe open up your heart to the possibility of like a higher power and start that conversation. Just start listening. You don't even have to start talking. You don't even have to have full on conversations, but maybe just like open up your heart a little bit, and listen. And you might start to hear some stuff. You might start to get a couple messages from the universe or God or whatever you want to call it. That can be quite helpful. Other than that, I know what you need, dude. A fucking mattress in a house that you rent. No, look, it sounds like you want to be a nomad for a bit, and I think that's cool. I think you're in a fucking really cool position, actually. If you reframe this, I think you're in a really cool position. You've made a big mistake. You know what happens when you fuck up. You know a weakness of you know your own weaknesses better. And you know how you want to treat people going forward, right? I think if I were you, dude, if I was in the States, man, a country as big as that, and I had a skill that I could take different places like you do. You say you don't really need work and you can kind of move around a lot. Get a dog. Go to a pound and rescue a dog that needs you. Go to the pound, save a dog, chuck him in your truck, and fucking road trip for a year, you and your dog that you saved, and build a relationship with the dog and with God. Dog is God spelled backwards. And have that conversation and work on yourself. Read books about becoming the type of man that you want to become. Because this is the thing with you, dude. If you got bad relationship with your parents, I'm assuming you've never been taught how to be a man, how to be a good man. And being a good man is a verb. It's an action. A good man is not the absence of harm. It's a man that makes good decisions and decides not to do things that hurt others. Decides to do the more difficult thing that will benefit the world or himself over a longer term thing. That eschews short term gratification for long term payoff. It's what a good man is. It's a verb. It's a thing that you decide to do every day, and it's not easy. It's difficult. Right? A lot of people think that being a good man is just not hurting people, but that's a neutral observer. You're not evil if you don't do good, but you're not good. You know? I think you would really benefit from walking into a bookstore, going to like the fucking self-help personal development and section and spending like 20-30 minutes in a big good bookstore reading blurbs and titles of books and seeing what speaks to you, and seeing if there's something that you would like to learn, and then just buy a couple and fucking read them. Adopt a dog, go on the road, open up your soul a little bit to the possibility that maybe there's a higher power that has a bigger purpose for you, and see if anything starts speaking. And that higher purpose could be God. That higher purpose could be, fuck, I actually want to paint, or I want to be a personal trainer, or whatever it is. I feel like I truly believe that everyone has their one thing, that if you don't know what it is, you probably haven't come across it yet, right? I always think about, like, man, what if my mum never took me to the comedy festival when I was like 12, and I didn't see, because comedy was always what was for me. But what if I was never exposed to it? What would I be doing? I'd probably be wandering around feeling like this guy, quite lost. Like, fuck, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I know what you should be doing. You should be road tripping, you, your dog, and God, and trying things, and trying to teach yourself how to be the type of man that your father was unable to be. That's my advice to you, is raise yourself, young man. You've made some mistakes. You feel terrible for it. And I know that's painful, and you wish you could go back in time and undo it, but you can't. We live in this reality. And here's a little counterpoint. I think it's good that you feel like shit for doing that. I think that's a great, admirable thing, to make a mistake when you're so young, and instead of reacting like, well, fuck you, I was angry at you and you did this and that's why and you know, you forced me and I'm upset, and or hiding it or whatever, you actually have a lot of empathy and sympathy, and you owned up to it and you told her. That's very admirable. And the fact that you feel like shit right now is okay, and it is fine, and you maybe you should feel like shit for a little bit. But when you make a mistake like that, you need to feel it, you need to accept it, and then you need to move on from it. If you hold on to it, it will fucking poison you from the inside out and ruin your life. Guilt is a big message from whether it's God or an evolutionary thing, or the universe, or just you and your own conscience. It's a big signal. I don't like myself when I do that, right? And for it to go away, you just got to make a commitment to yourself. I'm going to act in this direction instead, you know? And if you start doing better, but you hold on to the guilt, you won't be able, because guilt is like, you know, oh, fuck, I cheated on her and I really hurt her, and that makes me feel like shit because I'm a cheater and I feel bad. And like, you should feel like that, but not forever. And the only way to stop feeling like that is to stop being like that. And you won't be able to stop being like that if you don't let go of the guilt, because you feel that way because that's what you did. And you'll never become someone who didn't do that if you don't let go of the bad feeling that arose when you did it, because they're the same thing. The feeling and the action are linked. If you can't let go of the feeling, you won't properly be able to stop the action, because you're constantly pulling yourself back into that feeling of how you felt right after you did it. And like, fuck, I'm that person. You have to let it, you have to accept it and see that it's like a consequence of acting in a way that you know you should not, that isn't you, that doesn't feel like you, that makes you feel bad, and you have to move forward. You need to learn to live in accordance with your own nature. There's a really good book that I'll recommend, Epictetus. His book is great. That was really helpful to me when I was going through it. And yeah, that's my advice, dude. That's what I think. I hope that's helpful to you. Anyway, do we have time for another email here? You know what? I'm calling it. I'm fucked. I'm tired. Next episode, I'm going to be a bit more lively because Oh, I'm excited. Okay, so anyway, why am I looking at Patreon? We're looking at the emails. If you want to send an email, if you need some life advice, if you have a funny story for me, if you want my opinion on something, or if you just want to have a rant, send an email through to podcast@loosespears.com. And for the love of God, put some fucking grammar and paragraphs in it. All right? There are so many illiterate people. I was talking about this just before we recorded. I was looking through the emails and be like, man, we used to get so many more emails back when the show was even smaller. What's changed? I think what's changed is that people can't write anymore.
I think that's fair.
And when I open up most of the emails, I can't read them. Not because I can't read, but because a lot of people writing emails can't write. No grammar, autocorrect written on the phone, autocorrect off. Hey man, if you intentionally turn autocorrect and the grammar auto shit off, you actually suck. I can't understand what you or your tone or what you mean in texts. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know if you're upset at me. I don't know what you're saying or what you're trying to communicate. And you don't even know what you're saying because you don't even know the words that you're spelling. And if they're correct, you're just having a shot. But that's fucking insane. I'm a very good speller and I'm like a pretty big reader. I all the time spell words wrong and go, oh, that's what I meant. You're just out there fucking flying blind, dude. That's fucking crazy. How many times you write a text, Keehlan, and it's perfect?
Never.
Imagine if you sent them to me and they were just...
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? If autocorrect was just off, you were just like, fuck it. I'll give it a go.
Sometimes it is how I feel when I am texting you. I'll just write it from the heart.
Yeah. But some people are just writing like full emails to colleagues and people they want to work with, just on the phone, autocorrect intentionally turned off. That's like me like opening up like a coloring book and getting all of my pens and pencils and be like, oh, I can't wait to fill out this coloring book. And then I grab a pencil and then I close my fucking eyes and just start drawing. Open it up and go, oh, fuck. Anyway.
I think if you turn auto capitalization off on your phone, you deserve to be shot.
Yeah, in public. That sucks.
Or you deserve to take like a knife to the shin.
All right, here we've got, this is special for you, Keehlan, because you're a former Frankstonite and you've downgraded to a livable city. The bin police versus my JJ Richards dumpster. And we've got here someone sent in a letter that they received from Frankston Council.
Ooh, we hate Frankston Council here.
I don't mind Frankston Council. I've had no beef with Frankston Council at all. But I know that a lot of people have a lot of beef with them. I think my area doesn't get policed.
Me and my homies hate Frankston Council.
Well, let's read this. Hey, Lewis, long-time listener and on and off Patreon supporter. Hey! Pathetic. Should be on or don't listen at all. No, we love your non-committal support. Wishy-washy fan. As a fellow Frankstonian, I thought I would share some recent council fuckery I had to deal with. Plus the unexpected money-saving hack I stumbled upon in the process. We love this, all right? Not sure what side of Frankston you're on, but over here, we get frequent visits from the bin police. Meanwhile, on my mum's side of Frankston, not a single visit ever. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been visited by the bin police.
I have a feeling I know what side of Frankston he lives on.
Your side? Did you get bin police visits?
No, never. I think he's Frankston North.
Frankston North. Is that the
bad section?
I thought Frankston South was the bad section.
Frankston South's the nice section.
Oh, okay. I've got my directions wrong. When they do come, they inspect and tag every bin under the cover of darkness. I say, yeah, because they fucking get chased out down the street if they did it during the day. When they do come, they inspect and tag every bin under the cover of darkness. I say this because I put my bins out around 9 or 10 p.m. And by the time I leave for the gym at 4:45 a.m., the whole street is already tagged. Each bin gets either a green tag or, as I like to call it, the red tag of shame. This has never happened where I live.
I don't know what he's talking about,
Yeah. Now, the first time I got tagged, I'll admit, it was my bad. I put a broken hard plastic garden chair into the bin. Recycling bin. You can't be doing that, bro.
All right.
Cut into small pieces, mind you. Oh, don't worry. It was cut into small pieces. Oh, cool. Does that turn it into cardboard?
And they're going through your bins and
to check that your recycling has the right things in it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people just put fucking dirty nappies and shit in their recycling bin. I didn't realize that you can't recycle hard plastic. Fair enough. My partner and I had just moved in last February, and at 21, neither of us had a clue about bin etiquette. I didn't know much about bin etiquette either. I remember when we were at the warehouse, I had rubbish, and I had too much rubbish from we shipped out a bunch of merch, and there were a bunch of empty bins that my neighbor had. So I just was like, oh, I'll just use them. They're not using them. They're empty. And then the next day I came in and all the rubbish that I had put in their bins was on the floor of my warehouse.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like they took it out and just fucking threw it on my floor.
That's funny.
As like, don't fucking do that. And I was so upset. But now I realize that I was so wrong and I deserved that.
I hear what the guy's saying, whatever this dude's name is.
Yeah.
But there are little illustrations about what you can and cannot put.
Yeah, it says it on the bin, idiot.
Do you not know how to read?
Yeah. This person has written this very well.
I like this guy.
My partner and I just moved in last Feb, and at 21, neither of us had a clue about bin etiquette. I even fished the chair bits out before collection and called the council to let them know. Didn't matter. I got an official warning anyway. Whatever. Lesson learned. They should take the warning off. If you go through the bin and take it all out and ask for mercy, they should take it off. But the second offense, this one makes my blood boil. I buy my dog's food in bulk, and it comes in 100% recyclable paper sacks. Literally just thick paper or thin cardboard. It says recyclable right on the bag. So imagine my shock when I haven't seen that guy around. What's he doing? Imagine my shock. What's his name? Something Watson? Paul Joseph Watson? Is that the guy's name? Imagine my shock. Imagine my shock when I find another red tag of shame on my bin last month. I walk over, read the tag, non-recyclable dog food bag. Confused, I open the bin. No dog food bag in sight, at least not in the top half. I wasn't about to go dumpster diving, but I don't know why this bin cop thought he saw. Well, I don't know what this bin cop thought he saw, but it definitely wasn't my bag. And even if it was, it belongs in the recycling bin. I called the council on my lunch break, hoping for a reasonable conversation. Instead, I got a stale old bag on the other end who basically told me to kick rocks. Whatever, I let it go. Then the letter arrived. The council informed me that since I had now received 2 warnings, if it happened again, I would be fined, investigated, and have my waste services suspended.
What?
Wow.
I hate Frankston Council.
A lot of people hate Frankston Council. Speaking of Franks, remember when we talked about the Frankston Council elections? Yeah. So this is a couple episodes ago, but Frankston Council elections happened, and one of the guys that was up for election said, I am not seeking re-election. Please do not vote for me. And then outlined all the reasons why Frankston Council was corrupt and why they're fucked and why he couldn't even change it from the inside. Like, he got himself elected because he knew they were fucked, and he said, don't fucking vote for me. Not even I can change it. They all deserve to lose their jobs. The system's broken. He got more votes than 2 of the other council members.
That's awesome.
That's so funny.
It would be funny, and I don't want anyone to do this, but it would be funny on all of Frankston City Council's posts to see hate from Spearhead Sundays.
No, because
don't do that. I'm not.
No, don't do that.
To do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Would be funny though.
This was a thinly veiled threat, and given that I'm pretty sure my second warning was a mistake, I knew this could easily happen again. So I panicked, but productively. I immediately started looking into private rubbish collection. Before long, I found a 660-litre JJ Richards dumpster that I could get picked up for just $30 per collection. Excited, I rang the council to politely tell them they were losing my business and their bin pervert could stop rifling through my trash. At first, they told me I could not cancel my bins, which is hilarious because apparently they can suspend them as punishment. I told them that I was paying for this service via my rates, I didn't want it anymore, and thanks to a little legal tip from a lawyer friend, they couldn't actually stop me from cancelling. Long story short, I'm getting a refund for the portion of bin services I did not use.
Oh, wow.
My bins will not be on my next rates notice. I now have a big-ass dumpster that I can empty whenever I want. It's general waste only, so I can throw everything in there, garden waste, the lot. I don't recycle anymore. I'll start with India and China to stop polluting. And here's the kicker. I can empty my JJ Richards bin 18 times a year and still break even with what the council was charging me. Plus, instead of paying $100 to $150 to take a trailer of green waste to the Frankston tip, I can now just fill up the dumpster and have it taken for $30. Fuck the environment. How the hell is JJ Richards offering me a better and cheaper service than the council? Yeah, because people don't know they can do this. Our rates are a joke. My grandmother lives in Glen Iris in the house, and she and her grandfather bought it in the 40s for basically 3 chickens and a goat. Her house is valued at 4.4 times more than what mine is, and her rates are lower. That is fucked. Our rates in Frankston are really high, and it's disproportionate to the property value, and it's a scam, and that's why even I voted for the guy who said you shouldn't vote for me.
There's no rate increase cap.
Yep, no rate increase cap, and you don't really see much for what you pay. Meanwhile, she gets way more services, including regular street sweeping and 2 bookable hard rubbish collections. Anyway, I can't wait to see your Melbourne show. Get yourself a JJ Richards bin and escape the council's trash. I love my JJ Richards dumpster. Sent from Frankston. I hate the Frankston Council. That's
great work.
That's actually illuminated me a lot. There are so many dumpsters around on people's lawns that I always assumed was because people were doing hard rubbish or renovating their house. They're not. I think these people have worked out that JJ Richards dumpsters are cheaper than Frankston Council's rates to pick up the bins.
Good on you, mate.
Good on you, mate. That is good. Maybe I should do that because you notice there's fucking heaps of cardboard all over the front of the house because we don't have room in our bins.
You should have a bonfire.
Yeah. Just start burning plastic like India. That's a good idea. In front of my house, I'm gonna start a bonfire with rubbish where I'm gonna melt plastic. And then I'm going to poo in the street, and then I'm also going to sell food out the front of it without washing my hands.
That's good. Or use your left hand to wipe your ass.
Yeah.
Not wash it and then serve people food with that left hand that hasn't been cleaned.
That's good. That's what we're going to do.
Oh, can I really quickly? I was on a flight to...
yes, but only if it's quick.
I was on a flight to Singapore.
And you guys comment below whether Keehlan should get docked for what he's about to add to the podcast. I'm sure he won't because I'm sure it'll be great.
I was on a flight to Singapore last month, and I was on a Scoot airline flight, which sucked, but the guy I was next to had very dirty, yucky, stinky feet and smelled very terrible. And halfway through the night, he bent over and pulled out a whole curry and naan bread.
Oh my God.
And then started eating it like a pig. Right
that
next to me.
Sucks.
It was feral.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't want to smell your curry.
Yeah, that sucks. You know what I've really, really learned recently is that paying more for the trip and the travel is always worth it, because what you're not paying for a more comfortable ride, you're paying more to get away from animals.
So the person who flew me to Thailand had booked me the seat, and then I paid $150 upgrade.
Yeah.
So I could get away from the animals.
Yeah.
But no, I was just next to one anyway. Because there's no respectable human on a Scoot flight.
No. I bet you did something that fucking pissed him off.
I had to just spend the flight like that, like covering my nose.
How long was the flight?
8 hours.
Disgusting.
It smelled like shit.
Yeah,
he was coughing. I think that was the reason why I actually was covering my nose, because he was coughing nonstop. And I do actually like to wear a mask on a plane. I just forgot it this time. I like to put gum in the mask and then wear a mask so that you can only smell the gum.
That's a good idea. Yeah, I actually did like masking on a plane, because if I get sick, it's when I'm on a plane.
Yeah.
Just breathing everyone else's air is not good.
And my YouTube download stopped working for some reason. So all I had downloaded on my phone was Presidents for Dummies on Audible. It was a free book. So I just for 8 hours
learned a lot about presidents.
Listened to Presidents for Dummies.
That's awesome. Guys, we're going to continue on Patreon. We're doing our book club. That never even worked in the first place to a company to make your job worse. Anyway, guys, let's do the emails, shall we? Marvel Rivals is ruining a 12-year friendship.
Okay.
Now, I've been playing a little bit of Marvel Rivals, and I've loved it. I've been playing as Mr. Fantastic.
Oh, yes.
Because he stretches and he has grey hair on the side. So that's me. I feel like if I walked around a con dressed up as him and we filmed it, I would rip 10 million views on TikTok because I look very long and I've got the grey sideburns. And in the game, he's got a beard now. He's never had a beard in the comics.
I started reading the comics after the trailer came out.
Oh, you started reading Fantastic Four. I've never read... Yeah. The only thing I know about Fantastic Four are their names. I don't know anything about... I know their names and their powers and like Doctor Doom. They're one of the only comic book teams I pretty much know nothing about other than... I don't think I've even watched all the films.
I just got the app.
Yeah.
It was pretty good. Anyway, go on.
Marvel Rivals is ruining a 12-year friendship. Hey, Lewis, my friend and I have been playing a lot of Marvel Rivals recently. My friend lives out of state, so we play almost every night because we are not able to physically hang out with each other. However, he's begun to get overly toxic on the game. He tells people things like, I hope your mum dies or I hope you get cancer. Oh my God. Yeah, it doesn't matter if we're playing ranked or just quick play casually. He's always quick to say some of the most abhorrent stuff I have ever heard. He's also one of the biggest crybabies I've ever met, constantly complaining about his team, even if he is the reason we're also losing. Because of this, my other friends do not want to play with us. They tell me they don't want to work their 9-to-5 job just to get off the game and get bitched at by this unemployed bum who is on the game all the time.
Jesus.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this type of toxic behavior has always been around, but it's so much more common, and the games themselves actually cultivate that. Because back in my day, when I played games, I was playing Counter-Strike 1.6, dude. Like the OG. I would go to the internet cafe with my primary school friends, and we would play Counter-Strike 1.6, and we would play Dota when it was a mod of Warcraft 3. Right? That's how OG I am, right? When every single game had a server browser and custom servers, and there was no ranking system, and there was no competitive ranking system that wasn't like officially organized by the community outside of the game, where you had to like drive to an event and play against people that were considered pros or wanted to become pro, right? So every game, you would have like a really good mix of skills in the game. You would have people like me that were like really good back in the day. I'm washed now. It's over. All right. Anyone who's like 15 to 21, this is as good as you're ever going to be. You're going to be fucking, when you hit 30, when you finish your job, you're going to come home to relax on the game, and then some fucking 16-year-old is going to dunk on you, and you're going to be at the bottom of the leaderboard, and then he's going to say uninstall, and it's gonna really get to you. But you have to remember that you were once that kid, and I was as well, right? But before all of this ranked bullshit, every server had a good mix. So you would have like a couple like real good people at the top of the scoreboards, and then everyone else would kind of average out. with these ranked games, especially with Marvel Rivals, with the ranked games where it's like teams of 5v5 or 6v6, I can't remember, everyone is sorted into roughly the same skill level. So everyone, if it's doing its job right, is as good as the other people on their team and who they're playing against. So every game is like challenging. And it makes it fucking toxic because every single game you get a message that says you're good or you're bad. You're moving up the ladder or down the ladder. I don't want to be on a ladder when I'm fucking opening up a video game. I don't want to be like I get enough of that shit looking at my analytics on YouTube. You know, every single time I open up a game and I finish a game, whether I win or lose, it's like, all right, now you're moving up, now you're moving down. And it puts you, when you start to get good, because I'm okay at Marvel Rivals. I haven't played for a while, but I'm okay. But like when you're okay at a game, you start moving up the ranks. And when you get to like above average, everyone in there is a fucking tryhard who's trying to get to the top. And it fucking sucks, dude. Because you might be on there to have fun. They're on there to win. And if they don't win, they're having a bad time. So many people can't play these games and enjoy them unless they win. And even then, the enjoyment doesn't come until the final second where they get the win. It's like every single fucking game is the Championship World Cup, and it's the most important thing ever. And the game incentivizes that. Like, I know that with Call of Duty, they've literally built in like a reward circuit into the matches where the game quite literally intentionally will place you in a few games in a row where you're the best player because they know where everyone's skill level is. So they'll give you like 3 games in a row where you're just a fucking god, or you're just killing it. You're absolutely crushing it. And then it'll give you 4 in a row where you're getting stomped. And it's like, fuck, I got to get back to, I know I can. And it's like fucking with your brain. And it's all to keep you on the game so that you buy skins. I have not had this much fun on a video game in years, but playing with my friend is not an enjoyable experience. Yeah, it's a really fun game if you're not playing with people like that. He's sucking the fun out of this game that I love to play. I would appear offline and solo queue, but he's the type of person to look at my game history and see that I was playing without him. Oh my God. He was raised in a household full of women, so he has very womanly tendencies. And he's a bitch.
He's womanly tendencies in what way?
He would take my appearing offline and playing with him as an attack. Keehlan was raised in a household full of women.
I was.
Yeah. And you can tell. What are you going to do? Write about that in your diary? Huh? Yeah, I don't think it's because he was raised in a house full of women. He just sounds like a fucking loser.
Yeah.
And insecure, and he has nothing going on in his life. So he has to win and he has to control you. This message has been proofread with Apple Intelligence. So any complaints you have with punctuation or spelling, you can take up with Apple. Mate, it was actually formatted brilliantly. Could you tell that I enjoyed reading that?
Sorry, is that the whole message?
Yes. Yeah, look, you can't play with people like this. They suck. They're insufferable. And you know what? This guy lives out of state, so just stop playing with him. Like literally, you got to tell him. And I've had friends like this. I remember when I was in high school, there was a guy that we liked him at school, but as soon as we got on the game, he was the most argumentative, fucking toxic person. That if you messed up, it was the worst thing ever. If he messed up, it was everyone else. And you can't have fun unless you're winning. All that bullshit that just stresses you out. We literally just told him, hey man, we don't want to play unless you want to have fun. If the only thing you want to do is win, you need to find a group of competitive players. Like, surely you can, you know what you got to do? You got to feed his ego a little bit. You got to go, hey man, you're so good at this game. I think you could go pro. And we're holding you back because we don't want to win as much as you. So you need to go out there and find your people. I don't know, man. You just got to be honest and say, dude, love ya, but I hate playing with you because it sucks. If you can only have fun when you want to win, I got a job. I play to have fun and de-stress. I'm not going to go pro. Winning's nice, but I'm here to have fun. The most fun I've ever had on video games is when we have lost in a spectacular way, or something stupid has happened, or a friend made a dumb mistake and we just dunked on him for it and we're all laughing about it. Dunking on him because it's funny, not because we're upset that he's cost us the game. Like, you're playing a fucking comic book game, dude. Relax. You got it. I honestly, this is up to you, man. You got to tell him. You got to say, me and all my friends have been talking. We don't enjoy the way that you, because it's not even about the game. Like, if he was doing this to you in real life, you would be like, hey man, you're being really rude. Like, the reason he's doing this is because you're separated by a screen. You got to say, it's not even about the game. You got to say, hey man, when we play this game with you, you're really rude to us and mean, and we don't like it. So we're not going to play with you if you talk to us like that.
Send this to him.
Yeah, send this to him. All right.
I think we have to.
We got a wrap? All right. I'll save this email for next episode. Your podcast almost got me fired from work and ruined my friendships.
Oh.
And it's a hefty one. So we'll say. We're going to do an email here. We're going to do an email. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do an email. Have I done this one? We've got 2 emails. If you want to send an email to the podcast, shoot it through to podcast@lewspears.com. If you need some life advice or if you have a funny story to tell, shoot it through to podcast@lewspears.com. I can't remember if I've read this one or not. It was here on my desk, so I'm going to assume that I have not. Your podcast almost got me fired from work and ruined my friendships. G'day, Lewis. I've been listening for a few months now, and after getting a random Spearhead Sundays episode recommended to me and remembering you as that guy who was on an Internet Historian podcast and the guy with that one anti-vax video. Yes, both of those were me. I really blew that Internet Historian video, dude. I was so sick at that time of doing that, and I kept fucking around with the record times that he just like released an edited version of. We had to do like 3 or 4 different record sessions, and I missed a few, and then he ended up chopping the fuck out of it and released something else, which in hindsight I'm probably pretty happy about because I think I sucked because I was so sick and I had a lisp. I barely remember it. I've been binging your podcast at work and it's been great so far, especially with the reverse order of the playlist on the channel. Huh? You're listening to it in reverse. That's creative. I've been listening to it in reverse and hearing you apologize for all the talk about your chin, then hearing about it for 10 episodes, and having you say goodbye to Rosie only for her to end up being in every episode after, as well as listening to episode 243 10 times. That's really funny. You're listening to it backwards. A teary goodbye to Rosie, and then so what you're going to listen to is you're going to hear Rosie get progressively more and more nervous as she gets less and less experience on mic. Your podcast, so you're going to hear me get really, really, really sick and then slowly get less sick. But then also listen to me become more and more broke. That'll be a really interesting experience. Your podcasts have helped me get through my boring work, and it's been great. With that being said, recently there was an incident where it very much almost maybe potentially has the chance of getting me fired. Oh, nice. So I'm listening to the podcast at work. Ooh, that's a gamble. And for whatever reason, my manager stops me and asks her to show her what I'm listening to. If your lady manager asks you, what are you listening to at work? You put on some Coldplay and go, I'm just listening to Coldplay and having a giggle to myself because I thought of something funny that I did earlier in the shower. The only reason I can think of as to why she was doing this was because I was trying to hold back laughter while you were telling your Tasmania stories. However, she very much stopped me at the worst time. I got told to turn off Bluetooth and give her a listen. And as I do, You just get to the part of the story about suburbs in Tasmania and a woman's reaction to the suburb. You're an idiot, brother. Never play Spearhead Sundays out loud to the uninitiated. You share this show in a message, and then you wait to hear what they say. You don't fucking blast it out at work. Are you dumb? I mean, the guy's playing the episodes in reverse, so it's likely. So as I press play from the phone, speakers. As I press play from the phone speakers, As I press play from the phone speakers, come you saying, she just freezes and yells, "Rich C," and then louder, "Rich C," then louder again, "Rich C." At this point, I try to hold back my laugh because I have context for the joke, and that was very funny. But panicking and pausing the podcast immediately, my manager looks at me disappointed and then tells me to get back to work. Hopefully, we didn't have any complaints about the language because we were stopped in the middle of the store and people were very much staring. What are you doing? This is your fault. The second podcast issue occurred with a group of friends. You could absolutely get fired for that. Just fucking being like, oh, what are you listening to? And then just like me screaming the C word about Tasmania again and again and again. This is your fault, dude. We were having this. The second podcast issue occurred with a group of friends after some dream drama. For those who don't know, essentially there was some beef on Twitter, currently known as X, where he made a meme going down splitting paths, either growing up or becoming a retarded Tommy Innit fan. I didn't see this image. Dream SMP fan, either growing up or becoming a retarded Tommy Innit fan. I don't understand that. We were having this discussion and I said, I see no problem with the word. What, Tommy Innit? I see no problem with the word. I guess the R slur. It's on a sliding scale between moron, dumbass, retard, and dumb, C, or fuckwit. Then we got into a conversation of if we even use the word. And I said I hadn't used it in a while, but that's purely because no one I'm around or the content I watch has people saying it. But I got nostalgic over an old Minecraft series and the people on that server said it quite a lot, so I used that as an example. And when one of them wanted a more modern example, I brought you up. Give me a modern example of a philosopher saying retard. And you're like, well, have I got a podcast for you? Sure enough, one of them Googled the channel and saw the Trump podcast thumbnail and assumed that you were an alt-right style influencer. Oh, this always happens to me. People look at me and my haircut and they go, oh, Trump guy. No, I'm not. Well, look, when I'm currently an aspiring immigrant, so I am a big guy of whoever's in charge right now. I love Trump, and if he loses the next election, I love whoever beats him. Let me in. I had a meeting with an immigration lawyer, by the way. I'm going to talk about that on Patreon. It's very exciting stuff. That'll be the next Patreon episode, all about my dream to move to the States. Sure enough, one of them Googled the channel and saw the Trump podcast thumbnail and assumed that you were an alt-right style influencer. My channel does look like that, hey, if you just look at the thumbnails. But hey, those are the thumbnails that work. And then the Trumpies click on my podcast and they call me a fucking beta soy boy snowflake loser. Fuck you. I'm actually 6'8", 95 kilos. I am an alpha male. I hate to break it to you, but like all those caricatures of you drawing of Chads, that's literally me. I am who you fantasize about being about when you depict your opponent in an intellectual debate. Sure enough, one of them Googled the podcast style thumbnail and assumed that you were an alt-right style influencer, despite me saying that you only wanted the one with the less restrictive border policies to win, and you were just sucking up to Trump because you think it'll help get you into America better. Hopefully my friends don't care too much, but it would be very disappointing if my friendship with these guys who I've known for quite a while was ended for such a retarded reason. Yeah, they were like, hey, stop saying retard. And you were like, check out this Ben Shapiro video. You might be retarded, brother. This one might be on you. You might be retarded and unemployed soon. Keep up the quality podcast. Hope your driving's going well. It's going terribly, actually. I meant to book a new driver's lesson and I forgot. So, Yeah. All right. Well, that's the end of the episode. I'm very, very sorry for muting myself during the middle of my rant about women's sport, but that may have been a message from God himself that I should shut the fuck up when about women's issues. Nah, women's sport is cool. It's just boring because it's sport. And sport sucks to watch because it does. I don't like it. Women's diving is good and women's UFC is good. I like men's UFC as well, but I do prefer the women's. And I support it by buying the pay-per-view. So, ladies, what have you done for women's sports today? When's the last time you attended a game? Write it in the comment section below. Otherwise, you are actually an even worse supporter of women's sport than I. All right? That's it. I'm going to continue on Patreon. I've got a really cool update about my aspirations to leave this... All right, should we do some emails here? If you want to email the podcast, if you need some live advice, if you would like to tell me a story, send it through to podcast@lewspears.com. That is LEWspears.com. Podcast@lewspears.com. This part of the podcast is supported by you on Patreon. We have no sponsors at the moment. The only way we get this show up and running is with your support. We do a bonus Patreon exclusive episode on Patreon. What am I going to talk about there? Oh yeah, some stuff that happened when I went swimming that I don't want public because it might get me banned from the pool. So that's what we're going to talk about on Patreon. So for the low price of I don't know what the fuck it costs, go and check it out. Patreon.com/LewSpears. I think it's like $3. What's that fucking shit that everyone says? The price of a coffee. Dude, that's cheaper than a fucking coffee. You can't get a coffee for less than $5 now. I'm undervaluing myself. For less than the price of a coffee. For the price of coffee at home, you can support the show. How shit's that? Coffee at home? That sounds like a good idea. And then you have coffee at home and it's like, oh, it wasn't even about the coffee. It was kind of about going to the cafe and leaving the house. Because I've got a coffee machine at home and I have really good beans. I bought beans back from my favorite cafe in Perth and I thought, oh, I'll have the same experience. I fucking make it on my coffee machine at home. I think I just liked the place that I went to in Perth. The beans are good, but I think it was more about leaving the apartment. So, whatever. Anyway, this email here. How did you stay mentally healthy and motivated when getting surgery and recovering? Brother, did you listen to any of the podcasts I did while I was fucking recovering? I was not mentally healthy. I was trying my best. G'day, Lewis. I previously sent in an email for miscellaneous bit at the end, the worst part of the podcast, about abandoning my terminally ill mother to move to Melbourne. Your advice was just what I needed to hear and helped me through the issue. I have now moved to Melbourne and I don't regret it. Yeah, fuck that dying bitch. I was a little savage in that email though. Like, damn, she isn't that bad, but your advice genuinely helped me so much and I appreciate you taking the time for such a great answer. She wasn't that bad? You're a bad son. Go and help her. Move out of Melbourne. Take care of your dying mother. You're a horrible... No. I'm sure you know what you're doing, all right? I have a new question for you after experiencing something myself. I just went on a holiday in Japan. I went snowboarding and some fucking idiot used me as a crash pad. No, you know what happened? Some Japanese person saw a white guy filming themselves and was like, I've had enough of these fucking gaijin disrespecting my country. And he fucking kamikazed you. Banzai! And took you out on the fucking slopes. As a result, I have 2 broken ribs, various sprains, and bruising. Worst of all, a completely annihilated knee. Good job, Hiroshi. You brought a lot of honor to your family by taking out this dirty gaijin, ruining your great country on the slopes. The rib bruising and sprains aren't too bad, as they will eventually heal over time and come good. However, my knee is going to require a major surgery and reconstruction along with at least 12 months of rehab to return to a normal life. Been there, brother. Except it was 4 years. Ooh, and now I can't go to the dentist. This has kind of ruined so much shit for me and made my life incredibly difficult as I now live in Melbourne by myself with no real support. Well, how do you think your sick mother feels, huh? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. And I have only 2 friends somewhat nearby, which I don't want to rely on. That's a mistake. You got to rely on people that are willing to help you, dude. You don't get through illness without the support of loved ones. The logistics are cooked. I cannot drive or walk. Dude, I can relate to half of that. And I won't be able to for at least 3 months in the best case scenario. My rehab requires constant stretching and exercise, icing, and rest, and so many guidelines to make sure I don't ruin my knee permanently. This process is not going to end anytime soon. I will eventually see improvement to where I can walk and drive, but that won't be for a while. I'm having trouble staying positive as I feel like this has just killed all hope and motivation I have to do anything. It's a huge roadblock to my university. I just started a new job and I don't have any sick or recreational leave. Staying motivated to constantly work on my leg post-surgery and not just give up and accept my life as a cripple is a daily struggle. Given that you have gone through multiple major surgeries and a lengthy, difficult recovery yourself, what can you suggest working on, and what type of mindset kept you motivated and positive to get through it and recover? Thanks again, Spearhead Zunnies fan. Okay. Here's the reality. How did you stay mentally healthy and motivated when getting surgery and recovery? I didn't. That's okay. I tried my best. I was not very mentally healthy, but I did do one thing, and that was I fucking tried every single day. It is really difficult to lose an essential bodily function. For me, it was talking and eating. For you, it's walking, all right? I remember, I think I was bedbound for at least a month, maybe even 2. And even then, I couldn't leave the house for much because I was ugly and swelling and drooling and I couldn't eat food, all right? Couldn't chew. And that happened to me twice, all right? Because I had 2 surgeries. And the first one didn't make me feel any better. All right, we know this. All you can do is try. One thing that was really difficult to do, but was also essential, was I gave up. Not on everything, but on a lot of things. I gave up on doing things that would have been very possible for me now, but became impossible for sick me. And that was not a permanent give up. It was a temporary one because I naively got myself into this place where I would just keep trying and bashing my head against the wall, and I would have a good run for 2 months, and then the reality of how sick I was would defeat me, and then I would go back to square one. And that process of trying to get momentum and then being too sick to fucking keep it up, and then going backwards even further back from where I started, because it was just this cycle of like trying to the detriment of myself, and then going so far backwards because I was fucking ruining myself and overworking myself and not honoring my body and my mind. And making myself worse because I wasn't focused on recovery or being ill. I was just focused on ignoring that and pushing through it and hustling and being on my grind and I'll be fine. I just need to work harder, burning myself out and harming myself by doing so. That and breaking my own heart from like getting somewhere and losing it and getting somewhere and losing it. I remember I made the conscious decision I just need to fucking give up, and I need to only focus on one thing. And that one thing was being sick and becoming well. Because in the scheme of things, a year feels like a really long time, or 4 years for me feels like a really long time. But in the scheme of your entire fucking life, I was talking to a woman that was 85 years old at church on Sunday. And she was telling me how she lived through the recovery of World War II. That was so fucking long ago, all right? 4 years in a lifespan of 80. We're probably going to live to our 90s, dude, if we look after ourselves. Our generation, all right? 4 out of 90, it's a fucking blip, all right? You sounds like it's only 1 year. That's an even smaller blip. And it feels bigger when you're young, especially when you're so excited and you've moved out and you think you're going to live this amazing life. Dude, brother, I've been there. I moved out to my first house and then fucking COVID happened. And then I finally got diagnosed and then lockdown happened and then I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even begin my recovery journey because non-essential medical procedures, whatever the fuck that means, was banned. So I just had to get progressively more and more and more sick during that time. And then when everybody else finished lockdown, I entered my own personal lockdown round 2, where I had to go through surgeries and recoveries and watch the whole world come out of their fucking prison while I went into my own little personal one, right? So that was really difficult for me. And I had to decide to give up everything else and stop trying with everything else so that I could focus on just being well. And that was really difficult, but it was essential. And it was what made it possible, all right? There's this really good book that I should have read before I went through all of this, but I started reading during the process, and I'll recommend it to you and to anyone else who's going through something or about to go through something, or even who have never really gone through something terrible yet, because everybody will, because that's life, all right? And at this point in my life, I had a real lucky run. I got to my like mid-20s and I hadn't really experienced anything truly awful. But then it all happened at once and I had no idea how to handle it, right? Great book, The Obstacle is the Way by Ryan Holiday. There's one chapter in it that potentially would have changed my entire life and how I would have gone about my surgery and my recovery process. And it basically says, all right, the premise of the book is the obstacle is the way, right? Where if there's an obstacle in your path, the only way to get through, the only way past that obstacle is to actually go through it, to conquer it, to overcome it. But there is one chapter in that book where it basically just reverses everything that was said in that book. And it basically says that this, like, some obstacles are genuinely fucking impossible. And a lot of that is just because you are attempting something that is impossible. It doesn't matter how hard you try to fly with no assistance from an airplane, you will never be able to do that. So no matter how hard you work, the only thing you're going to do to yourself is make you go insane. So for me, my impossible obstacle was trying to do all of the stuff that I'm doing now while I was sick, right? That was the impossible obstacle that I should have given up on so much sooner. I would have saved myself so much money, so much pain, so much stress, so much time. And as counterintuitive as this feels for my career, it would have been so much better for my career to disappear for a couple of years and say, hey guys, I'm going to be sick for a couple of years. I will update you periodically through my process. I only really did that in like the last year of my illness. And you guys saw that, where I fucking disappeared. I even paused my Patreon. I stopped making everything. I stopped posting on social media. But I didn't choose to do that. I had to do that because my entire fucking body shut down. Because I bashed my head against a wall and tried to achieve the fucking impossible. I'm going to be a traveling comedian while unbelievably ill. And all I really achieved was like sporadic uploads. I made like 1 or 2 good videos, and I made a whole bunch of average shit. And I just blew through all of my money trying to make stuff and pay all the bills and pay salaries and all this kind of stuff, when really what I should have done is taken all the savings that I had and really looked at it and gone, I actually can afford to take a full year off and be sick here, instead of spending all of my money trying to ignore the fact that I am sick and create my way through it while making myself sicker and more stressed and more insane. All right? So my advice to you would be, yes, you've moved to a new place and you're probably really, really excited to do all of these new things and engage with your newfound freedom now that you don't live with your your ill and mean mother, right? But sorry, brother, you are sick. You have to focus on your knee. So my recommendation to you would actually be cut out every single fucking thing from your life that isn't making sure you have enough money in the bank to recover and recover. That's the only thing that matters. Add in some friends and family and a bit of community. That's it. The only thing you should be focused on is becoming well. All right? And making enough money to look after yourself, buy food, see doctors, do therapy, physical therapy and all that kind of stuff, and look after your leg. Because what's going to impact you more? All right? A year of pausing all of your amazing goals and aspirations and your life to fix your leg, or having a fucked leg for your entire life and being unable to live it. Because that's the decision that I had to make. And I made the wrong decision for years until I was forced to make the correct one because I ran out of money, because my body shut down, because I pushed myself way too far and everything just blew up in my face. And I was forced to just take 3 months off where I didn't talk to anyone, I didn't make anything. And then I was like, fuck, this is actually so much better for me. I should have done this a long time ago. I would have saved myself so much time and pain and money. Right? Because as awful as it would have been for me to stop doing this podcast and stop making videos and all this kind of stuff, and I felt like, oh man, I'm going to lose if I do that, I'll lose all my fans and my audience and people will be disappointed. You know what else is more disappointing to you guys? Fucking releasing a sporadic podcast where I had a fucking lisp, where I could only do episodes for 30 minutes, where I mostly just talked about being sad and sick. That I don't think much value was gotten from that, and it certainly harmed me a lot. So when you are going through a really tough time, sometimes you have to cut everything out and focus on going through a really fucking tough time. I've actually been thinking about writing a book about this, about like how to walk through hell. And you can't walk through hell while you're also trying to become an athlete, trying to fucking study, trying to become the greatest comedian to ever come out of Australia. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you just have to focus on walking through hell, and that's the only way you're going to get to the other side, is to, because a lot of this stuff, and especially for me, when I was ill, speaking for myself, I didn't acknowledge that I was sick. And so the only way you can actually get better physically, mentally, spiritually, is to acknowledge that you are sick. All right? The person who breaks their arm doesn't heal their arm by ignoring the fact that their arm is broken and continuing to play the sport in which they broke it. They fix their arm by stopping football, going to the doctor, putting their arm in a cast, and taking the fucking time off. For some reason, with sports and injuries, it's so much more obvious that we have to stop doing the sport that caused the injury so that we can continue playing the sport. But with our lives, we don't acknowledge that. Like with grief, when someone important to you dies, when you go through a horrible breakup, when you experience some kind of trauma, we never think, oh, I actually have to stop and go through this. We always just think, nah, I just need to fucking work harder. I know that I'm sick, but I got to go to work. I know that I'm sick, but I have a fucking dream. If I just stopped and really was like, nah, I'm really sick and I need to resolve this, I I had a shit run. COVID stopped all surgeries. So a little bit impossible for me. My only option really was to continue creating. But when I got through COVID and those surgeries started to happen to me, I should have stopped. I should have let all my wonderful employees go and gone, sorry, I can't afford to look after you because I have to look after me. And I wouldn't have had all of this fucking stress. I wouldn't have had to do a tour that I was too sick to do, that I ended up having to cancel shows for, all this kind of stuff. I would have been able to use that money to look after me, and I would have been able to work. I would have not had to work myself to death, and I would have allowed myself the grace of being ill and recovering and focusing on that. And I didn't do that until my body shut down. And if you don't take the time off to have a fucked knee, you will just have a fucked leg forever. Your body will make you do it. The same is true of the mind. If you are really going through it, if you've experienced a big trauma, a breakup, a death, if you don't process that stuff, if you don't take time to acknowledge the hurt and the injury, it'll never heal. And that goes for emotional, spiritual, and physical injuries. If you don't acknowledge you're sick, you cannot heal, because that's how you heal, is by being sick. So my advice to you and my advice to my old self is to go, it's okay. Don't attempt the impossible. Your incredibly ambitious goal and amazing achievement that you need to be focusing on is recovering from this horrific injury. Because you know what I hear heaps from people whenever I tell them what I've been through, or people that watch me go through it, is I hear all the time, oh my God, I could never do that. That is amazing. And you know what? It fucking is. Recovering from an injury or a trauma or a death or anything like that. It's really fucking hard, and it's really amazing. So you need to put all of your energy into that, because if you don't, either you never will recover, or you will be forced to only focus on that by your body, because everything will fall apart if you don't focus on it. So how did I stay mentally healthy while I was recovering? I didn't, but I tried my fucking best to, and I looked after myself. And if I didn't look after my emotional state and my mind and my body, then I never would have become well. People look at me now after all the shit that I've been through, and there's a lot of stuff that I haven't spoken about, right, publicly, and that other people in my life know. They look at me and they go, wow, how did you get through all of that and stay mentally sane? But that's in retrospect. I'm okay now because I allowed myself the grace and the opportunity to not be okay and to really fucking struggle physically, mentally, spiritually. And that's why now I'm on the other side giving people like you some advice, because I've been there. And that is the gift of sustained trouble, resilience, and wisdom. You will come out of this the strongest, most resilient, and powerful version of yourself, but only if you allow this to happen, and if you allow yourself to be sick and through that heal. If you ignore it, if you block it out, if you shove it down, like so many of us men are so good at doing when we experience not just a physical injury, but an emotional or a spiritual one, right? Or a relationship trauma, right? We're so good at shoving that shit down. If you do that, you will come out the other end as actually a much weaker, much more fragile version of yourself. And I'm not just talking about your knee, but I am also talking about your knee. The permanent gift of temporary but sustained troubles is resilience and wisdom, brother. And the ability to help other people through it. I hope that you, like me, will get through the other thing and think to yourself, man, I would never choose to go through that again. But I understand that the only reason I am this version of me, the strongest, most resilient, emotionally intelligent, and able to help other people version of myself, is because of all that awful shit that I would never choose for myself or anyone else to go through. So what really helped me was writing every day and going for a walk every day. Now that part might be a bit difficult for you, but maybe you can sit in the backyard. I remember when I couldn't walk after my surgery for a couple months, I just sat in the backyard and I got sun in my face. And that was all that I could do. And I bet you could do that with your fucked knee. I bet you could get out of the house and sit. Or I bet you could at least fucking sit by the window. Or if you couldn't do that, I bet you could get someone else to open the curtains and just get some sun on your face. That helps heaps, right? And I would write every single day. The Artist Way book is a really good book. Buy that book. Do the program. It's changed my fucking life. I still do it. I still write every 3 days. Every day I write 3 pages, and that helps me so much. And, you know, when awful shit happens, like what's happened this week with my family, I'm already writing 3 pages every day. I'm in that habit. So fucking Monday, I write 3 pages of horse shit, of nothing. Or maybe I write 3 pages of jokes, and I'm really happy. And then on Tuesday, something awful happens, but I know I'm writing 3 pages. And that helps. And I write 3 pages, whether the day is good, whether the day is boring, whether the day is bad, and it helps. And it's like it's like self-defense, and it's like it really helps. And I had a little motto that I don't think I've ever spoken about this, but I have a motto that I told myself and this is why I want to write a book about this stuff, because I feel like, you know, this is, you know, again, this goes back to like, I wouldn't choose to go through it again, but fuck, I've learned a lot from doing it. And it has made me like able to help other people through awful stuff. When I decided to give up on everything other than becoming well, I kind of look at my dream, right, as like a fire, like this fire burning in my soul. Like it's not even my fire. It came from somewhere else, and it was put in me, right? Whether that's God or whatever you think that is, it comes like when I write something that's truly great, I feel like I'm grabbing something from another universe and trying my best to translate it and put it out. That's what I feel like when I write, right? And this goes for even just dumb jokes or whatever I write in my book, or when I'm drawing or when I'm creating something. I feel like I'm grabbing it from another dimension and poorly translating it to reality, right? That's how I feel. And I feel like my dream is like my fire. And I feel like we all have fire, right? And fire needs fuel. So for me, I do comedy, right? And if I don't do things with my life, there's no fuel. If I don't leave my house, there's no fuel. So when I was sick, you know, nothing much was funny because I wasn't doing much, you know? And especially when I was sick and it was during lockdown and I couldn't leave my house and everyone was fucking sad, there wasn't much funny about that, right? If you go and listen to my podcast, there's, you know, the episodes are short. I'm not very happy. Because I'm not doing much, because I wasn't physically able to do much. There wasn't much fuel for my fire, right? Now that I'm healthy, right? You notice most of the episodes, they're long, but not in a shit way. Like, they're good, and I'm not trying to make them long. They just are, because I've got a lot of fuel. So I'm doing a lot of stuff. My mind works. I'm looking at a lot of stuff. I'm putting things in. I'm reading. I'm doing. I'm living. I'm going to the dentist and having a horrible time and telling you about that because it's funny. It's fuel for my fire, which is my dream. And everyone has a fire, and it's a different type of fire for everyone. Some people want to be an athlete. Some people want to be a pro basketballer. Some people want to be an artist. Some people want to help people. Some people want to be a priest or a fucking scam artist. Everyone has a fire, and a fire needs fuel. And writing every day helped me realize that there was no fuel, or there was hardly any fuel. And if I kept trying to turn my fire, my soul, into this massive bonfire that it kind of is now, where I'm creating so much stuff and I'm so inspired, I'm touring, I'm making videos, I'm doing podcasts, I'm writing my emails, I'm thinking about writing a fucking book, man. Like, my fire feels like a bonfire right now because I'm putting the correct amount of fuel on it because I have access to that fuel. But when I was ill, when I had gone through all of this stuff, you know, that I haven't really spoken about, grief and all this shit, I didn't have much fuel. And every time I tried to turn it into a bonfire, I ran the risk of my entire fire disappearing. You know, what happens when you don't put wood in a fire? It goes down into little coals. What happens when you have so little fuel that all you have is coals, and then you just start grabbing logs and throwing it onto the fire? You extinguish the entire fire, and now you got to start again from scratch, and that's hard. So I looked at my dream, and I still do, as like this fire in my soul that I'm tending to, that I'm fueling. And I think everybody's like this. And when I wasn't able to fuel my fire because I was sick and I had gone through these things, every time I tried to ramp it up and do what I'm doing now, that I am well, that I've processed these things, I would kill my fire. And that would be so much more painful than having a small little fire. And that's kind of what I discovered when I was writing about what I was going through and what I was feeling and what I was thinking, is that I have this fire. And I realized that I really needed to protect this. And I really needed to protect myself so that I could keep my fire alive. And the big realization that I had was that if I was going to get through this, if I was going to survive this illness and this shit that happened with my fire intact, either I would have to burn my fire until there was no fuel left and I would really struggle to get it back at all, or I would have to intentionally ration my fuel and bring my fire down to a little, you know, a smaller fire that required less fuel to ration the fuel that I did have, which wasn't much. And that's how I visualized it. Is I thought, okay, I don't have enough fuel to build the fire that I want, but I need a fire because that's the only thing that's going to keep me alive through this. Do you see what, is this making sense? I was the one that was fueling the fire, but the fire was keeping me alive, and I didn't have much fuel, so I had to intentionally bring it down to a small little, just some coals to keep it alive, to keep me alive, right? I had to stop my dream so that I could keep my dream, so that it could get me through my troubles. And I visualized this. I even drew it in a notebook one day. It's in this chest here. One of these notebooks has this little drawing. And I tried to envision myself as this protector of my own fire, the guardian of my own fire. And I'm still this. And the fire's much bigger now, but that's because I have the fuel to keep it big and to maintain it so that I don't, what's the word? Burn out. And I still write this. I would imagine myself as a protector of my fire. And I thought one day, and I think it was even one of the exercises in the Artist's Way book, where I actually visualized a suit of armor for myself that I would wear to protect my own fire. And I, like every man going through it, was reading Berserk at the time. And he's got this fucking sick black suit of armor that he wears. and he puts it on when he really protects people that he loves, right? And I would write this every day, and I still write this almost every day. I write, encased in black armor, no evil shall dull my flame. And what I mean by that is, I'm not going to let illness and sadness and trauma and shit dull my flame, because it's my flame. I will protect my flame. And part of protecting your flame is giving it the appropriate amount of fuel and having an understanding of how much fuel you have to burn at all to keep a sustainable fire. And when you're sick, when you're going through it, when you've experienced something awful, for a little bit or for a long while, like me, or even longer for other people that, you know, have it even worse, maybe you don't have much fuel. And as the protector of your fire, sometimes you got to bring that fucking bonfire that you want it to be down to just coals to protect it, to keep it alive, because that's your dream and that's your fire and it's your responsibility to protect. And that's how I viewed it. And still now that things are going well, you know, I still think of myself as the protector of my own flame. Encased in black armor, no evil shall dull my flame. That's what you need to do, is you got to look at your fuel and you got to allocate accordingly. And when you're sick, you don't have much fuel. And if you push past that, you're going to run out of fuel and your fire will die. And that's going to hurt you so much more than having a small little fire for as long as it takes to become well or to overcome whatever you're going through. Does that make sense? Encased in black armor, no evil shall dull my flame. That's my advice to you. What have we got here? We probably got. Do we have time for another email? How long will we be going for? Oh, an hour 30. What the heck? That's probably going to do it. I'll do this email next episode. If you would like more podcasts, we're going to continue right now on Patreon. All right, story time. Piggy raid on 2 disabled women. See, you read the subject line and you just think, man, that's going to be great. I've got a story for you guys, and it's a bit of a doozy. My roommate, Emily, and I have just moved from the arse end of Cornwall to Liverpool in the UK. A 350-mile trip away from everything and everyone we know. 3 weeks in, we're enjoying a lie in for once. It's 8:45 in the morning and our front door gets bashed in with a battering ram and near 15 state-sponsored jackboots. How English is that? And near 15 state-sponsored jackboots come crashing through the hallway. I'm near blind, shapes and colors, so I've no idea what's really going on. Next, I understand this is maybe not the most sensitive trans voice, but I can't do this English accent as a woman. Next, I know that both of us are kept in my bedroom as the police search for Class A dealing going on. They never read us rights or explained a legal ground for detaining us. Though, sounds like the Queen, though they did produce a warrant for suspicion of Class A dealing. Whatever intel the police had, it was on whoever lived here before, and they didn't bother to check that person was still here. The piggies left our front door so damaged we couldn't close it nor secure it in any fashion. How English is that? They wrote nor. Our letting agent has thankfully been on the ball and got the door secured the same day. But it's obvious to anyone getting past what had happened, especially with the big plastic panel covering the crack in the door. They claim to have found the evidence, which was actually our Lego set. Actually, hey, give me back my Lego. Bro, that's so funny. How are you building Lego while you're blind? Maybe when they said, oh, I'm near blind, shapes and colors. That's the only thing. That's the only shape they can see, like a fucking Lego brick. And they're like, that's a red one. Oh, that's a blue Lego brick. How do you read the fucking instructions if you're blind? Just imagining you rummaging through a plastic bag full of Lego pieces, reading it like it's fucking Braille. Dude, imagine being disabled and English. That'd suck. They claim to have found the evidence, which was actually our Lego sets in bubble wrap from the move. You can see the Lego through the bubble wrap. They also turned on all the taps in the flat, flooding our bathroom. What are they, the fucking wet bandits from Home Alone? What the fuck are the cops turning all the taps on and leaving for? Hey, take that, you blind bitch. They also turned on all the taps in the flat, flooding our bathroom and hall because the bathroom sink doesn't drain and they weren't watching it, let alone allowing us to watch it, then using all of our towels to try and contain it. Why didn't they just fucking turn the tap off? Both of us are autistic. You could have guessed that from the Lego. No, I could have guessed that from you emailing my show. Like, that's like, if you listen to this, you're fairly likely on the specky. Both have anxiety, both ADHD. I'm blind. How do you have ADHD when you're blind? What are you getting distracted by? Noises? What was that? I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and my roommate has Crohn's disease. Oh, fuck! Pick a struggle! What's going on here? This is a trauma bond if ever I've heard one. I'm blind. I can't stop shitting myself. Oh, well, good thing I have a heightened sense of smell. For fuck's sake. So both of us are there in our 90s, twitching from sudden stress and an anxiety attack, trying not to spook the pigs so they can't claim we were aggressive. I have no idea what's really going on. Police wouldn't let me get my glasses, blind cane, or walking stick. Yeah, probably because they've raided too many crack houses and had a guy go, oh, I can't fucking see anything, bros, I'm blind. Where are the drugs? I don't know, bro, I'm fucking blind. I don't even know where my own fucking bathroom is. That's why I've shit myself, cars. You know, they're wise to those tricks. They know that the best way to get out of a Class A drug charge is by pretending to be blind. Ossifer, that's why I fucking failed the sobriety test. It's not because I've had 10 beers. It's because I'm blind, cuz. Not blind drunk, just I cannot see. So both of us are there in our 90s, twitching from sudden stress and an anxiety attack, trying not to spook the pigs so they can't claim we were aggressive. I have no idea what's really going on. Police wouldn't let me get my glasses, blind cane, or walking stick. You need a fucking walking stick and a blind cane? Why couldn't you? I feel like those two are easily combinable devices. I need my walking stick and my blind cane. Pick one. All right? How are you going to fucking carry the shopping home? Anyway, Emily is trying to hold her guts together so she doesn't projectile defecate over the King's hit squad. She should have done it, dude. Both of us are trans. Oh! What? All of that and trans? But predominantly women. What does that mean? How are you trans but mostly women? Is one of you a bloke? There's only two of you. There can't be a majority. One's 70% a woman, and the other one is only 60% because, I don't know, shitting your pants is kind of blokey. Both of us are there in our 90s. That's awesome. Both of us are trans, but predominantly women. We were in 90s
have long hair and bountiful titties. Yeah, and I bet the hair's blue as well. And the twat interrogating us, Sergeant Woodward 896, kept calling us mate, pal, bud, stuff like that. If we'd have called him sweetheart, love, or sugar tits, we'd have been in the station lickety-split. Dude, how fucking English is this tranny? Lickety-split! I mean that in an affectionate way. In with the men, most likely, set to be V-coded. What does that mean? Passed around like a sex toy between inmates to pacify them. Yeah, dude, I can tell you've got... Sorry, yeah, miss, I can tell you've got anxiety. You know, the cops are not kicked down your door. You're already worried about getting raped in prison. You should worry about your girlfriend shitting on the floor. No, this sounds very traumatic. I have fibromyalgia. Oh, every fucking paragraph starts with a new thing. I have fibromyalgia and do use weed to help with that. The police confiscated, stole that, and have ordered us to complete a drug awareness course. What does that mean? What's this? Meth, correct. What's this? Fentanyl, correct. What's this? Cocaine, correct. What's this? Hormone replacement therapy, correct. What's this? Weed. Fine, whatever. I'm seeing a doctor to get it prescribed. It's not that they found weed, but that they were dickheads, as police are wont to be. And they were not searching for weed in the first place. They only found it by tearing through. This is got to be the most posh English trans person on earth. All cops are bastards, as police are wont to be. And my beautiful trans woman girlfriend is shitting her female dick and balls off. They did find our personal memory box, which among other things contained Polaroids of tasteful nudes. They raided our sex toy boxes, as when they were done, we found vibrators and dildos spread about. Yeah, that's the cops were having a bit of fun. Oh, check this one out. Yuck. Oh, it's on. They were definitely doing that, playing around with your fucking vibrating butt plugs. Look at these tasteful nudes. Yeah, this sucks, man. Woman. The police also read Emily's private journal. The journal has private sensitive information that she doesn't share with anyone. So now some pig knows all her most private thoughts, feelings, fears, concerns, trauma, the lot. Dear diary, my biggest fear is a police officer who is transphobic raiding my home and playing with my sex toys while I poo my pants a little bit. So I hope that does not happen to me. Also, what's really convenient about having a secret journal that no one must ever read is that I don't really have to worry about hiding this thing, as my girlfriend is blind. So as long as I do not write this with Braille or Lego pieces, I shall probably be safe to leave this journal on the kitchen table, as there is no way that my worst fear of someone reading this could ever happen, because my girlfriend is blind, unless something completely ridiculous were to occur, some sort of 1 in a million anti-lottery situation where, by pure terrible coincidence, the house that I happened to move into was previously owned by a Class A drug dealer who had been reported to the police, but managed to leave the house, move out, rent the house, and then I moved into the house right before the police were about to raid it, looking for secret information such as, I don't know, some sort of personal journal where my greatest fear, which if I were to state very clearly once again, is a police officer who is transphobic reading it and playing with my butt plug. That, for clarity's sake, due to the Crohn's, I must clean frequently. Anyway, that's my biggest fear. Thank you. Goodbye, diary.
That's tough, man. Woman. We're both having flashbacks every time we hear a siren, which given it's a city is pretty often. Or we see a pigmobile on the streets. Whilst I might be somewhat used to flashbacks and such, given prior trauma, Emily very much isn't, and she's struggling. We've only been here 3 weeks. That fucking sucks. On the way out, one of the pigs sneered, "Welcome to Liverpool." Oh, bro, that sucks. Sis, that sucks. In the end, all they got out of this raid was a gram of weed and a chance to see some hot girl dick. I can't really describe how violating all of this has been. They denied a Freedom of Information Act request on the raid. That sucks. And denied us seeing the case report basically because it would make them look bad. Correct. They know 2 autistic chicks are not underground queens of the drug world and want to bury this. We're talking to a journalist and lawyers about this. We thought you might find it interesting, if not funny. Love the show. Remember not to pay Keehlan. Emily and Zoe. Wow, that sucks, girls. That's awful. But you know what? This could be the start of a wonderful inheritance from the police, you know? I would be talking to a lawyer for sure. That sounds like they really fucked up. They damaged your home, caused you a lot of emotional stress and trauma. Can you tell I've been talking to lawyers recently? Now you have complex PTSD and your partner can't stop pooing their pants, and that has nothing to do with the anal sex. And yuck! Stop picturing it. The police are now trying to hide their failures. I would really chase up the legal avenue of that. It sounds like you guys have a case. You girls have a case. Yeah, thank you so much for emailing that to me. That's a real glimpse into the core demo of the Spearhead Sundays podcast, huh? You know it is changing though. Like the chin has evolved the demographic so much. Like now, the female demographic has grown to 4 times what it was pre-chin. All right, and I'm assuming that these girls are part of that new influx of people. You know, because previously, I mean, I don't know if you have to create a new social media account, but if you transition, do you swap your gender from male to female on YouTube? Probably. So that would bump up the female viewership statistics a little bit. Maybe that's what's really happening. Is that not that I've become more handsome and I'm attracting more female fans? Is that I'm actually losing men to the woke mind virus. The trans infection. No, I think it's actually just becoming more physically attractive, has its shallow benefits, and that is the wonderful, beautiful women that we welcome into our community. All right, guys, I think that's probably it. Thank you very much for listening. I'm going to continue on Patreon here for all the... Look after your teeth, guys. It's important. I've got some emails here. If you want to send an email... shoot it through the podcast@losespears.com. If you have some life advice, if you need some life advice, if you have a story for me, or if you just have a question. Now, I do have an update, Keehlan, from our trans sisters in the UK that were... Quick recap, go and listen to the last episode if you would like the most problematic reading of the email, but I'll just recap it. These 2 beautiful women, they moved to... I've got the email here. Where did they move to? They moved from Cornwall to Liverpool, and within like a week, within 3 weeks, they get raided by the police because the person that used to live there was a drug dealer, and the cops didn't realize they'd moved out, so they raid these 2 trans women and go through all of their sex toys and their diaries and misgender them. These 2 beautiful queens. Now, this woman has sent me an update email.
Good.
After I've read it, and this is the length of the first email, a whole page. This is the length of the second. So I'm feeling there's some shortness in the email. Perhaps they were not the happiest with how I read their initial email, maybe were a bit upset with some of the jokes that I told. It could have been how many times I accidentally misgendered them in the reading may have something to do with it. I am trying my best. All right? Whenever I talk to a trans person, it's a bit of a pink elephant situation. Don't think about the pink elephant. What are you thinking about? Pink elephant. All right? Don't say he, don't say he, don't say he. Most of the time I don't, but some of the time I do. You know, like, because I have a lot of trans people in my audience and we love them, right? But I do crowd work, obviously, with people. And a few times in a row, I've done crowd work with a trans person and have been informed later that I had misgendered them the entire time. And I am like, no, I fucking didn't. I know what gender they are and I used the correct one because they told me their name and I respect their pronouns. And then I go back and I watch the footage and I was like, oh, I'm a bigot. In my head, I'm saying the right thing. But anyway, I'm trying my best. We're living and we're learning and it's all about growth. All right. So, love the segment. However, this is their response. Love the segment. However, you might want to get your eyes checked out. And then they've included the dictionary definition of prominently. And I think that's because this paragraph from the previous email that said, both of us are trans, but prominently women. And I assumed that was a typo. And I was like, oh, do they mean predominantly? Like they're mostly women, but they're gender fluid. But they've clarified, no, they meant prominently women, right? And this is how English they are. So I was pretty spot on with the accent. They're very posh English, huge vocabulary. At least one of these queens has. And they've included the dictionary definition of prominently for me. Prominently, adverb, with an important role to a large extent. 2, in a manner that projects or protrudes from something. 3, so as to catch the attention, conspicuously. I think that's the one they're referring to. So they're saying we're obviously women.
I gathered that when they were talking about their massive tits.
Maybe that's what they were saying prominently. So maybe it's 2 and 3 in a manner that projects or protrudes. So they were talking about their massive female breasts and the fact that they are conspicuously bitches. Just 2 conspicuously female bitches. Not just because they're obviously women, but because of their massive, heaving, protruding breasts. So that's the first correction, and I would like to apologize for my mistake.
Oh my God.
And then they've gone for the mystery of how to read Lego. They've included a Wikipedia link to magnifying glass. Did I not read Lego correctly in the previous email? I don't remember. I must have gotten it wrong. I can't remember doing that. So I don't know. But in there, they talk about Lego a lot. I don't think I got it wrong. I must have. And then they go, here's a nice comment, the last comment. I was also watching you from 5 or 6 years ago, way before the gender confirmation surgery. Though love the chin. Are they talking about theirs or mine? Hey? Are they talking about theirs or mine? No, they're taking a shot at me saying that my chin was gender confirmation surgery. I'll have you know that I couldn't fucking breathe, all right? If you were breathing through your pussy, I wouldn't say it was gender confirmation surgery if you got one attached. No, we love the queens. And they've said, Keehlan's poverty brings us all hope, from Zoe.
Oh, jeez. They also did spell my name incorrectly, which is a bit of an L on their part, but that's okay.
Right. Well, they've spelled it wrong here as well. So who needs a fact check really here? All right. Keehlan, no H. There's a H there. So Zoe, back to the drawing board. No, for real, we love a bit of banter, and I do find it hilarious that the however many times I misgendered them, what really pissed them off was that I read Lego wrong.
I don't know how you read Lego wrong unless they say
which really goes to show
posh way.
that they're probably more autistic than they are trans. which is
So
very
it's
funny.
Zoe who wrote this.
From the mystery of how to read Lego. Am I saying Lego wrong?
How does a British
Lego.
person say it?
Lego?
Lego.
Leg-
I say Lego. You say it the same way I say.
How do you say Lego? Lego? Lego.
She said
Legos.
they found evidence which was actually our Lego sets in bubble wrap. You can see the Lego through the bubble wrap.
We're gonna have to go back and listen to the recording of me saying Lego to see. Am I saying Lego wrong or did I read it wrong? Lego. Anyway, last email here, and then we're gonna get out of here and do the Patreon podcast for all of our beautiful patrons. Life advice / tips on creativity. Hey Lou, looking for some life or general advice about being a creative. For some context, I've worked full-time in childcare for the past 4.5 years. I love it, but I'm a huge introvert and using all my social energy at work is really beginning to take a toll on my personal life. I'm always absolutely exhausted when I get home and am reluctant to hang out with friends and family in my spare time because I feel like I have no time to recharge and do the things I actually enjoy on my own. I'm sure that last bit is quite a common problem at the moment, but it's been a struggle all the same. I've gotten to a point where I've found myself daydreaming about having some meaningless, soul-crushing office job just so I'm not so wrecked all the time. I know that probably would not solve the problem, but that's where I'm at. On the other hand, I've quite always enjoyed making up stories. I used to do an exercise with some friends where we would choose a piece of music and give ourselves a time of, say, 20 minutes to write a story inspired by the instrumental. That's cool. I always really enjoyed those and feel I wrote some pretty decent stuff occasionally. This leads me to think it might be cool to be an author. I am, of course, aware that that's quite a competitive market and difficult to get into and make a name for yourself in. Plus, I'm not sure that a casual interest and a twinkle in my eyes means that I actually have the chops to create something that people will like. I have a couple of ideas for worlds to set stories in, but every time I try to look at them critically, it seems insane, even though I think they're cool. Plus, I don't want to turn another passion into a job and have the joy of it forcefully ripped from me. On top of this, my partner and my family are considering starting a family of our own. My partner and I, not my partner and my family. I was thinking about fucking my cousin and having kids. My partner and I are considering starting a family of our own soon, so I don't want to be spreading myself too thin. Working hard trying to start a new thing while working the old one that's already wiping me out. Long story short, I would love to hear what you think about dealing with a job you love that runs counter to your personality, managing work and social life, starting a journey as a creative, and even how I might hone my writing or creative skills. Thanks for all you do. Been loving watching The Big Swing. We love it. And I can't wait to see you live again this year. Have a shit one, Alex. This is a great question. So I'm noticing a few things here. Firstly, you are scared about what other people think of your writing before you've even done it. Really good advice. Prove that you're shit. Prove you're a bad writer. Write something bad. What's going to happen? If you write something that's shit, what will actually happen? You'll enjoy the writing process, you'll get better, and it might actually be good. Or it might be bad, and you'll improve. You obviously have a problem, which is your taste exceeds your talent, which is a problem that every single creative or athletic person has, or anyone who wants to do anything, is that they know where they want to be, and because they know so much about the field they want to enter, the art form they want to do, the sport they want to play, they are acutely aware of their position and their skill set and the massive gap between them and where they want to be or where they have to be to compete. But the only way to close the gap is to close the gap. You got to be shit. Like no one expects someone playing piano to be good for the first few years. Everyone expects them to be bad. The same is true of being a writer, of being a comedian, of everything. I experienced this. It was brutal getting up on stage and performing for people who were disappointed that you were not good. At least you don't have an audience. You can write something and never let anyone read it. I had to go up there in front of like 20 or 30 people that knew who I was, some of them. So they were like, oh, this guy's really funny. And then I just fucking wasn't. Or people that were like, oh, this guy sucks. This is bad. That's way more brutal. And that was like at least a year of me just being shit before I got average. And now I'm fucking amazing. But you got to go through that. The writing, you just have to do it. And I bet you do have time. I get up in the morning and before I do anything, I write 3 pages in a notebook. Everyone has time to do that. It takes 30 minutes. Everyone can wake up 30 minutes early to do push-ups, to do their writing, to send an email, to do whatever you've got 30 minutes in the morning. If you wake up 30 minutes earlier, you can do that. However, working full-time in a job that burns you out when you're a huge introvert, I relate to that a lot because I did that to myself. And I also used to, even when I left the workforce and was just employed by me, I set up my life in a way that I couldn't tolerate because I'm a very introverted person, believe it or not. People are like, wow, you're an introvert, but you like perform on stage and you've got a podcast. Yeah, dude, I have a solo podcast where I talk for an hour and no one else says anything unless permitted to speak. That's right. And then I get on stage and I perform for an hour, sometimes an hour and a half, and the only response you're allowed to make is laughing or clapping or being silent. Like there's not much. I'm talking, but there's no conversation going on, you know? So, yeah, I relate to that a lot where, like, working in a job that fucking burns you out socially and then you just want to go home and just work and rest and be in solitude and you're burned out and you can't really do anything else. I relate to that heaps. And kind of the only answer to that is either you need to figure out a way to do your job differently so that you don't feel that exhaustion and your that burnout. Like, are you giving too much of yourself away at work? Like, are you acquiescing to every single need that comes up from every single other person? Like, are you not looking after yourself when you're at work? Like, do you really need to be surrounded by people all the time? Maybe you do in childcare. I don't really know. I imagine you can't just leave the kids playing by the pool and go sit on your phone in the office, you know, just hope they don't drown. You probably can't do that. But you know what I mean? Like, are there any moments that you can take for yourself? Are there any things that you're doing that you don't really need to be doing? Are you going above and beyond to the point of harming yourself? But yeah, using all your social energy at work is probably a bad thing because I know that when I was doing that, I really struggled to write. And I've really understood that that I think that this is even true of creative people that aren't super big introverts. I think that solitude is unbelievably important for any sort of idea generating because you need to think. It's sometimes very helpful to bounce ideas off other people, but only after you've got those ideas and you have something to workshop, whether it's a sketch or a video or like a joke. I can't come to like group writing sessions with nothing and expect to get something out of it. I have to be alone and be going for a lot of walks and a lot of like sitting and thinking. Like how I used to structure my work is I used to have editors and people coming over every single day, and thinking that would help me create, but it just kind of stressed me out and burned me out because I was just surrounded by people and I was giving too much of myself away, and then I didn't have anything left for me and my ideas. Now, how I've set my stuff up is I still work with lots and lots of people, but it's pretty much purely remote. I see Keehlan once a week, pretty much, and I see, but not even anymore because Keehlan's moved to Canberra. Once a month now, and I see Mitch probably once a month in person, and other than that, I'm in contact with people as needed, and I've just figured out how to structure my work around what my brain needs. Because at the end of the day, I am the product, and what I'm making and what I'm creating, if I am not looked after and if I'm not structuring my life in a way that helps me to be creative and to do it well, you might as well be an athlete that's training but not eating, or or training but not sleeping. You know what I mean? Like you have to rest and you have to look after yourself. That said, I've only been able to do that because I've managed to leave my job and managed to figure out a way to make money and to fund all of this and to pay the bills with my art form. Before that, it's tough, but you kind of got to suck it up and just push through it. And that is tough. And the only way I was able to do that when I still needed a job because comedy was making no money, and in fact, it was just costing money for many years, is, I went out and I intentionally got a soulless, mindless job. I worked in a call center. I didn't talk to fucking anyone other than the customers. For some reason, it didn't really feel like using social energy because it was just kind of solving people's problems. You wouldn't actually really talk to them. I didn't talk to any coworkers. I didn't go out to anything at night with them. I didn't partake in the work culture at all. I was a recluse. I think there's even like on some Reddit thread somewhere I saw years ago, someone complained about working with me, saying that I was really selfish and not a team player. And it's like, yeah, bro, we worked in a call center. What do you mean a fucking team player? What group project are we helping with? We're helping the bank make more money for shareholders. What group project were we working on? All right, I was doing my calls, you were doing yours, and you're upset because I didn't do fucking cocaine with you on Friday night. Okay, that doesn't make me selfish. That just means I wanted to go home after my soul sucking corporate job so that I can do what I actually want to do. Have fun at the fucking call center you undeniably still work at, talking shit about me on Reddit, you fucking loser. See, this is what happens if you don't follow your dream. You end up being some bitch working in a call center complaining about someone who actually did do what they wanted to do on fucking Reddit. Sorry, bit of a detour. I forgot about that. It pissed me off. Why don't you just do this 20-minute thing? You've got 20 minutes every morning. Why don't you just fucking get up in the morning and for the next like 3 weeks, spend 20 minutes listening to a song and writing a story and don't show anyone. Just get better at it. Just, do it for the sake of doing it. I would really take a look at maybe switching industries or switching jobs within the childcare industry if doing this is burning you out so much. Because even let's say you don't want to be a writer, right? Let's say you don't you love your job, but it's burning you out everywhere. You can't really be a good partner to your wife. You can't really be a good father to your kid that you'll eventually have if you're coming home every day so socially exhausted from looking after other people's children and worrying about other people's parents that you come home just a fucking shell. Sounds like that's not good for you. I think that I read this really, really interesting book that I would recommend to anyone who feels like an introvert and who struggles at work or in the world. It's called Quiet, and it's about how essentially the entire world and every workplace, the government, how our entire society is structured and designed and built, it's built by extroverts for extroverts. And it makes sense that it's been built that way because, I know as an introverted person, if I was involved in discussions of like, oh, how do we build a 500-person office? I'd be like, I don't fucking know. I don't really want to be involved in this. I don't really know how people want to operate or whatever. And the extroverted person who feels naturally inclined to like interacting with and being with other people is naturally going to be like, oh, I'll have a crack at this. I'll do this. And eventually, anyway, because of that, fucking hell. The patreon.com/loosespears. The entire world has been built by and for extroverted people, often to the detriment of even extroverted people, but even more so introverted people. This is stuff like open plan offices where nothing fucking gets done because every single conversation can be heard by everyone. When they've worked out that actually solitude and closed plan offices are actually way more productive for everyone, including extroverted people. Really interesting book that might give you a bit more clarity on like why you're feeling like this and the solutions to it. But that's what I would recommend, dude, is I would seriously consider looking at if you are this fucking burned out that you can't spend time with your friends and family because of your normal job that you have, it might be time to consider switching industries or switching roles within that industry. And with the writing, if you worried about breaking into a tough industry or this or that, or if I wrote a book, would it even sell? That I was not thinking those things when I started comedy. Like, obviously, I would like to be super fucking famous, but the more I worry about sales and selling shit and promoting stuff and marketing and all that kind of stuff, the less I worry about actually being very funny and releasing good stuff, which is what actually sells tickets, what actually grows my career, what actually gets people through the door, and what actually makes people buy the t-shirt. Like I focus on making a good t-shirt, not making a good fucking marketing campaign for the t-shirt or stressing about if anyone's going to buy the t-shirt before I even make it. It's like, nah, I'm just going to make a really fucking good one. And, if it's good, people will get it because it's cool and it looks good. If I haven't written anything or published anything, just be shit. Nothing will happen. Be bad at it. You might accidentally write something good. If you don't, you'll improve. And you absolutely have 20 minutes every morning to put on a song and fucking write. If your house is too noisy or you get distracted by other people, fucking do it in the car. Do it on the train on the way to work. Probably don't do it while driving. You may crash and die. But you know what I mean. You got 20 minutes. And I would say that a big reason why every time you think about writing or a dream or whatever, or a thing that you have, every time you think about that, if you come up with 35 reasons why it's impossible, that's true. It is impossible. But if every time you think about it, you try and come up with 35 reasons why it is possible, it becomes possible. Fake it till you make it. And also, if the only time you think about your thing, you have negative thoughts and you're about how exhausted you are and this and that, it's probably a big sign that you're actually living your entire life incorrectly. If your whole life is just going to a job that makes you feel like shit when you're not at the job, you got to change jobs. You'd be happier with less money. That's obviously easier said than done, but I've been there, man. I've had several jobs that I absolutely fucking hated. I didn't come from money. I didn't have anything to fall back on. I was broke for years. I left my job. I came back to my job. I've talked about this a lot. I've struggled a lot. I've even gone through this with all my health stuff. It's all fucking possible. Like, I've done it. As exhausted as you are, I probably felt way worse for like 2 years, and I was still fucking doing it because you got to do it. And if you want to do it, you will do it. So, and if you can't do it, you got to have a look at your life and figure out why you actually can't. Is it just because you're scared, or is it because you're living your life in a way where you have no energy for fucking anything else? That's my advice. But good luck. 20 minutes a day, man. I know you have that. Or at night, or whenever. You can do that. After you finish work, fucking don't go home. Sit in the car and write for 20 minutes. You can do that. All right, that's it. We're going to continue on Patreon here. I've got I released my Warhammer World vlog. Mate, the coolest shit happened since. Okay? Don't shake your head. That are sheltering in a hospital. Anyway, should we do miscellaneous bit at the end, guys? Now that I've solved that crisis, we'll do that. We'll do miscellaneous bit at the end. This is the worst part of the podcast where I answer questions sent in by you, the listener. If you have a question, if you need some life advice, if you have a funny or interesting story you want to tell me, want my thoughts on something, anything at all, send it through to podcast@lewspears.com. That's my email, podcast@lewspears.com. Why the fuck did I print the text so small? Can you even fucking read that? I can't. Dude, I need a magnifying glass. What the fuck? Developing skills in what might not be the right environment. Ooh, this is a big one. Hi, Lewis. A couple years ago, you inspired me to try stand-up for the first time. Good on you. And I found that I loved it. I started doing weekly open mic nights last year while on my gap year, but I've just moved to Canberra. Ugh! Yuck. This guy lives where Keehlan does. I just moved to Canberra for uni, and I feel like I have I have hit a bit of a roadblock. Sorry, I printed the text so small I can barely fucking read it. I feel like your grandfather trying to use the phone. I moved to Canberra for uni and I feel like I've hit a bit of a roadblock. I want to be able to get out and do more than one night a week just to get better, but open mic scenes seem spread quite thin here. Yeah, Canberra wouldn't have much of a comedy scene at all. And I've been lucky to make it to more than one a month. Yeah. Particularly as I have taken on a leadership role at my university college. Why? The audiences here also seem much older than what I'm used to, with the average age in the room being well above 30. I am 19. Yeah, that's going to be rough. I remember when I was like 19 getting on stage, and every now and then I would do a gig and the audience was much older, and I just felt the entire room go, what the fuck could this kid possibly say that has any relevance to me or my life? And those people were right. The dilemma also applies to my other professional interest, freediving and spearfishing, which I'm considering becoming an instructor for, but I cannot train for due to a sinus injury sustained while diving and, of course, not living near the ocean anymore. I feel as though I am sacrificing both my core interests for an education that won't necessarily help me in either of those fields. Any tips or advice would be appreciated. Kind regards, Alex. I mean, Alex, if you read your email, you've answered your own question. I don't want to be in uni. I want to chase these two ridiculous, stupid dreams while I'm young. That's my answer to you, brother. I went to TAFE for a little bit, and I was there for a couple months, and I was like, what the fuck am I doing? I know that I don't want to do this. I want to have a shot at being a comedian. Take your shot. You're 19 years old. Take your shot. You can go to university at any age, at any time, and study whatever you want. You could study a safe thing that will guarantee like a pretty good salary straight out of uni. You will only be 19 and an idiot with no kids and no girlfriend and no one depending on you once. Take the shot. Go out on a fucking limb and live and be broke and maybe fail at your stupid, impossible dream that you love. Because this, I mean, you should always be chasing your dream no matter what age you are. But when you're 19, that's when you should absolutely be doing the dumb thing. That's when you should be taking the gap year to travel if you don't know what you're going to do. That's when you should be chasing the stupid spearfishing instructor like course thing and trying to figure that out. That's when you should be in a city like Sydney or Melbourne or Brisbane doing shithole open mics to see if you could possibly become anyway slightly good at stand-up comedy. Right? If you really want to be a comedian or if you really like doing it, you got to be in a place where you can get on stage multiple times a week because you are going to be very bad for 2 years. But if you can only get on stage once a month, you're going to be very bad for 5 because it's just stage time and there's no such thing as a bad gig. I would say if you stay in Canberra, keep doing those shitty gigs because what you'll find is those gigs where there's only people that are 30 plus that are not in your demographic, they will actually make you a much better comic than the good, easier gigs because you will figure out how to climb that hill. Like I really started getting good by performing at this room called Shisha Comedy, which was a room full of 80 Arabs smoking shisha, sober, no alcohol. They were all Muslim. I was one of the only white people to perform every single night on the lineup. I was the only white guy. It was in Springvale. It was one of the more hostile environments that I'd ever get up on stage on because I would get up there and all the Muslim Arab guys would look at me and go, what the fuck is this white guy going to say? Go on, skinny white boy. Say something racist. And I did. No, I didn't. But that like difficult environment, like not conducive to comedy, made me great. And I came to love going there, and I still miss it. And every time I walk past a shisha shop and I smell the smoke, I get this feeling of like excitement, like I'm about to go on stage. And I did that, and I didn't get paid for every week for like 2 years with my good friend Khaled Kalafala, and I loved it. But if I were in Canberra or Perth or Adelaide, I wouldn't be doing that. I would get to the end of my uni degree and maybe I would get 10 years into my career, and in the back of my head I would be thinking, what if I took the shot? Take the shot. You literally have nothing to lose. All right? When you are 18, 19, don't take the safe option. You have nothing to lose. It is like right now, I have a mortgage. I got to take some safe options every now and then. I got to smash YouTube and take brand deals because I can't lose the house, right? This is one of the first big responsibilities in my life. I have to do some safe moves. And I'm in a position where I'm established enough where, that's okay. And eventually I'm still able to take big risks and take big swings. But if I had a job and I was just paying my mortgage, there's no fucking way I'd be going out every weeknight to try and do gigs. No way. You're 19. You have nothing to lose. You can pick up the uni course. All right. It sounds like you could probably just get a scuba spearfishing instructor license thing in a couple of months and start earning money doing a really fun, cool, sexy job that will probably deepen your soul and give you a lot of experiences that you could take on stage much better than whatever fucking uni. Like, you care so little about whatever the fuck you're studying that you didn't even tell me what you're studying. It didn't even it didn't even cross your mind to tell me what you're studying. That's how little you give a fuck about it. So pause it. Come back later. Go and try and do, if you are listening to this and you have a stupid dream that is almost impossible, fucking go for it. Give yourself 5 years, right, to try. Doesn't matter what age you are, right? Unless you have kids, really, what are you scared of losing? Like, do you really have any responsibilities? If you don't have children, completely different. You got to prioritize them. If you're a fucking mother or a dad and you start, taking days off work to get up and sing at the karaoke bar, hoping that a fucking talent manager will see you and pick you up for their record label, brother, go home to your kids. All right. But if you are fucking 19 years old, a young person, and you have a barely possible dream, go for it. Give it a go. And you know what? You will be so much happier with your life failing and then getting the job than you will be not knowing. That's the worst case scenario, is that you have 5 years of joy, of hardship, of heartbreak, of wins, of successes, of exhilaration, of really fucking pushing yourself and bettering yourself and broadening your horizons. And that makes you such a more complete version of you and a stronger, more resilient, empathetic human being from pushing and trying that even if you fail, all the lessons, all the experiences, all the memories, even the bad ones, you get to keep. And it becomes part of your soul and who you are. And it makes you a better, healthier, happier human being, so that even if you fail, worst case scenario, you're the best version of you and you still get that job that you get at the end of uni. You just got it 5 years after everyone else. And in the scheme of things, that's fuck all time. If you're 19, you might live to 110. If you look after yourself with the medicine we have, that's actually quite likely. So do you want to live for another 90 years with what if in the back of your head? Fuck that. Go for it. Be broke. Go and be broke and fail and fail and fail and be bad at it. And you might one day fail your way into an opportunity, into a level of skill where you start succeeding. And you might make a career out of it. And And that's great. I've done that. That's absolutely fucking beautiful. I'm so grateful and I'm so lucky, and I work so hard to keep that, because it could go away. If I stop posting for 8 months, I'm fucking back into a job. You know what I mean? Like, once you get the dream, now you're playing a whole new game. Hold on. I've been holding on for the last fucking, I don't know, when did I leave my job? Maybe 2016 or 15? 9, 10 years? I've been holding on. That's my dream now is to hold on to it. Right? There are so many things worse in this life than failing at something that you really felt passionate about. And one of the worst things that is worse than that is the fear of not knowing what could have happened if you tried. That is worse than failing. So go out there and give it a shot, knowing that it's very unlikely that you will succeed. Because it's that, like, I feel like a huge part of the reason why I've been so successful, and even on the scale of things, I'm nowhere fucking near where I want to be. But a huge reason why I've managed to reach this point is because when I started, I went into it with the attitude of, it's actually statistically likely that I will fail. So I have to try harder at this than anything I have ever tried in my fucking life. And I'm going to work harder at this than every one of my peers. And not only am I going to work harder, I'm going to look at what everyone else is doing, what everyone's doing right, what everyone's doing wrong, and I'm going to try and do it in a much smarter, more efficient way. And one thing that I wish I had the knowledge to do is to, and at the same time, I'm going to try and take care of myself, my mind, my soul, and my body, and make sure that I rest and make sure that I understand that if I'm sick, I should probably do something about it because I didn't do any of that shit. But, you know, maybe that's a big reason why I got so far, because I just I burned the candle at both ends until I collapsed. Which you can do when you're 18, 19 to 25. You can fucking send it, bro. And worry about the consequences later. Like, that's really what I understand about myself now, is that if I was my age now and I had more money and I had a secure job and I didn't have any of this stress on me from running my own business and trying to make it and having setbacks and going through what I've gone through, if I had none of that, but I never tried, I think that I would be much less happy and unsatisfied with my life than if I didn't have all those things, but I did try and I did fail and I ended up with the job. If I had the job and I never tried versus if I had the job and I failed, but I really tried, I know which version of me would be happier, and it would be the version that failed. Because I would have known that I gave it everything. So don't, for the love of God, if you are a kid, if you are in your early 20s, don't lock yourself into a lifetime of wondering what if, because it's the safer option. Safe for who? People with kids and a mortgage? You have none of that. Fucking send it. Go hard. Be shit. Go and fail. Because you might win. You may succeed. And then you get to play the even harder game of holding on to it. If I thought trying to make enough money to quit my job and be a comedian full time was hard, fuck. Holding on to that for 10 years That's way harder. So, yeah, good luck. Try and fail and understand that you will be very bad at it for at least 3 years until one day you start being good and start doing whatever you do well much more often than you do it poorly. So go out there and try. That's what I would say to you is read your own email, bro. You answered your own question. You care so little about whatever fucking uni degree you're studying that you didn't even write it down. Read your email, dude. You know what the answer is. All right? That's it. I've got another email. We'll do it next week. And the Patreon episode will be up in a couple of days. Coming up towards the end of the episode here, we're going to do miscellaneous bit at the end of the podcast where I answer life advice questions sent in. Look at all these emails that I've got. I printed out a bunch of them. I'm just going to kind of pick one at random. We're coming up on 2 hours here. I think this might be the longest episode I've ever done here. So let's see which one we're going to do. The older ones are at the bottom. What's this? All right. Man, I printed out the text really small on this for some reason, but here we go. We'll do this one. What's this? This one's a little bit shorter. Oh, no. I've already done that. I've done this one. The free diving one. I did that. All right, we've got this one, a happening. And please do support the podcast on Patreon. We just put up a 3-pack recently, 3 episodes in one day. Keehlan came down from Canberra and we recorded 3 episodes, and the episode entitled Toaster Strudel will change your fucking life. Not in a good way. Hey, Mr. Lewis, I saw your recent Spearhead Sundays episodes and decided to send you a little story that happened to me this summer. Maybe you could get a kick out of this one, kick out of one of the worst days in my recent life, since admittedly it was quite funny in retrospect. We love these. If you have an email, if you've got a story of the worst day in your life, I would love to laugh at you, because we've all been there. I was born in a smaller city, in a small Catholic county in Latin America, to a judge and a lawyer. God, talk about pressure. Catholic judge and lawyer. That sounds horrific. My father always worked late on his cases I never cared about, and my mum also worked late attending to her judicial duties. She's a special kind of judge we have here that basically only attends pre-trials, picks up bodies from the streets, and oversees police raids and evidence collection. Fuck, that's a grim job. Sounds like they would have been either the most hard-ass strict parents ever, or just the most relaxed, do whatever you want. I've seen 3 people overdose on heroin today. I don't care if you don't do your homework, all right? I'm stressed. I need a fucking cigarette. When I turned 17, I was accepted into a very prestigious electronics engineering program. However, this was 2 cities away, and despite this meaning only 2 hours travel, it was decided I would move out to attend university there. This would be a good moment to mention that, unbeknownst to my parents, I am a homosexual and a massive faggot. Oh, that came out of nowhere. Being the massive fag that I am, I jumped at the chance and finally moved out of my liberal college town. Skip 3 years and we reach our next important plot point. And finally, the start of my story. Geez, being gay in a Catholic family to a double judge parent, that'd be tough. I'm assuming they don't know. Bottom line is, I met a guy who's just like the line. Oh, bottom line. That's funny. He's a bottom. I understand that. He's a cute guy from one of my classes, which I came to know during a specifically bad electronic design project. We got together after some time and became boyfriends. Now, thing is, we always hung out at one of our places. We never really went out drinking since being a gay couple in a conservative Catholic country can be complicated. We always lamented this. What a good word. Oh, we lamented being Catholic gays, especially not being able to go to bars or clubs, and as the only clubs and gay bars are in the capital and neither of us drive. That's the gayest thing about you. What is it with gay people and not having their driver's license? I would argue that having no driver's license as an adult is gayer than having sex with a man if you're a bloke. I have no driver's license. I'm technically a part of the LGBT community despite being a bumhole virgin. Tired of our predicament, we planned an outing to a famous gay bar in the capital. Dude, that's like when I went to Puffdorf. I had a good time at Puffdorf. The gays know how to party, man. And everyone's so polite. There wasn't any fights. Everyone was so nice to me. I understood what it was like to be a attractive woman. Plan was we'd leave our college town for the capital by train, party it out till late at night, and then catch an Uber to his hometown, which was closer to the capital than our college town. His parents were out of town, so we would sleep there and then take the train back in the morning and be home in time to keep both our covers unblown. Back in time to jump in the closet. We executed the plan amazingly and got to experience the wonders of overpriced drinks, music a bit too loud, and constant smell of body fluids and being offered drugs on several instances by shady individuals who were clearly not glad to be assigned peddling in the gay bar. I hadn't even thought of that. Of course, the drug dealers wouldn't necessarily be gay, but the gay bars would be the most lucrative environments to sell drugs in. Imagine that, a homophobic drug dealer who's posted up at Puffdorf. That's funny. Everything went well. This guy's a great writer, by the way. Everything went well. We went to his home where his asleep brother didn't even clock our arrival. Partook in the Greek practice of male bonding and went to sleep naked. The next morning, not 3 hours after absolutely annihilating my boyfriend, I heard a huge bang. And when I came to, I was lying on the floor with a boot over my chest, pinning me to the ground. Get on the floor! What are you doing being gay? As my senses came back, I noticed the screams ordering me to stay down and show my hands. Then I noticed the rifle aimed straight at me. Oh, fuck. Did I predict the future here? Although I was very confused, the men kindly identified themselves by shouting in my general direction, "Police, police!" followed by their now repetitive orders for hand reveals. Now, I am usually not one to bend to the oppressive iron grip of the state. However, they had rifles and I had just unloaded my own ammo 3 hours ago. Oh, this little fairy's funny. And so I decided that maybe compliance would be the best way for me to not fucking die. As they stood me up, I noticed my boyfriend wasn't in such a different situation. An officer was pinning him to the wall. He might be a bit excited. This might be a new fantasy for you guys. By his back, which, although being a position he's used to, he didn't quite seem to be enjoying it. We both got handcuffed, and although we weren't allowed to put on clothes, I was given sheets to cover up. My boyfriend received the mattress cover, and so we were escorted out to the patrols. Geez, you guys would have been pitching a couple of fucking huge tents in those covers. To say I was scared of what was happening would be an understatement. As we walked the house's walkway, I kept repeating to myself what my lawyer family had always told me. Don't say shit, ask for a lawyer, and nothing else. I kept repeating this to myself in a desperate attempt to calm down. Lawyer, then shut. Lawyer, then shut. Lawyer, then shut. It was actually starting to work. But then I heard the single worst combination of words a man can hear in this situation. My full name being yelled from the onlooking police detail. Oh no, what have you done? I would have rather the officer tell me my balls were evidence and had to be confiscated, but instead I heard the unmissable voice of my mother. Oh no! Oh, no, mummy's rocked up to you in handcuffs after you bummed your boyfriend. She doesn't even know you're gay. Oh, this isn't good. Wait, what the fuck are you being arrested for?
It's not illegal to be gay. What country does this go from? Latin Catholic country in Latin America. It's not illegal to be gay there. Oh, the suspense. This is a fun email, isn't it? This is a good one. I heard the unmissable voice of my mother calling to me. She rushed me, encumbered by the bulletproof vest they gave the outside detail, and asked me what the actual hell I was doing in a drug house. Oh, no. However, this line of questioning was quickly interrupted by one of the SWAT officers whom, despite his disbelief at the situation, asked to step aside. He finally told me to ask for a lawyer, call my dad, and shut the fuck up. Well, can your mum be the lawyer? Or is she... Oh, so she was on duty for the drug bust. Because you said she was a type of lawyer that is there for the start of... Oh, that's so fucking funny. So she thinks she's about to arrest a crack den full of degenerates, and she arrests her own son and the boyfriend that she didn't know he had. That's so funny. The transport was uneventful. Me, my boyfriend, and his brother were taken to the station in different cars, so we couldn't prepare a story, and were taken to holding cells. This, however, was a minor improvement, as now I had itchy clothes and, most importantly, a particular lack of my mother. My dad came over not long after, and I had to go through the horrible experience of telling him absolutely everything, as he was my lawyer. Ah, no. You got to come out to your dad while you're arrested, and he's your lawyer? Fuck. As he was my lawyer and I wasn't taking chances with one of those suited chimps they call court-appointed attorneys, after he had a chat with police staff, he was able to shed some light on what the fuck happened. Turns out my boyfriend's brother was selling coke. Nothing special there. The issue was he was selling it in my home city. This gave my mum's narcotics department jurisdiction to organize a raid in collaboration with local police forces. Now, he was considered low risk, so only police were to be involved at first. However, surveillance saw two heavily impaired young males entering the residence at graveyard hours, so they, they thought you were customers. So they went with the safe route of expecting resistance and calling the one SWAT unit in my sleepy country shares. From there, well, read above. Oh my God, that is so fucking funny. So they thought you were part of an organized drug scheme. You just wanted to fuck your mate. Fuck. This is going to be the worst ever coming out of the closet story I've ever read on this show or ever heard of in my life. Oh my God. We haven't even found out if his parents are homophobic or not. The suspense. Once the coppers had all three stories, also thanks to my boyfriend's brother who did say we were not involved in any of it. Look, guys, the only thing they're putting in each other's bodies are each other's bodies, all right? They weren't involved in the drugs. Although they did have a lot of drugs, but that was at the gay bar. Fuck, were you guys drug tested? This is like a nightmare scenario. My boyfriend's brother, who did say we were not involved in any of it, and he didn't even know me, we were let go. I don't even know he was gay, mate. I don't know what the fuck they were doing, having a sleepover naked. We were let go once we had our initial hearing and charges were not filed against me or my boyfriend. Yeah, that might have something to do with your parents being some of the most legally powerful people in the country. My family situation, however, did not go as well. My parents were not thrilled about the situation. They were mad at me for basically all that happened, although they also agreed that it wasn't really my fault. What they were most pissed about was that I didn't trust them enough to come out on my own. Oh, that's sweet. Instead, I had to be dragged out of the closet by police. We're mostly okay now, though, although there's still some tension remaining. Needless to say, my boyfriend and I broke up. He kept insisting that if I hadn't had the idea of going out, then he would not have been traumatized And although he's kind of right, you couldn't expect me to know you were going to get raided. Dude, it's not your fault at all. He should be upset at his brother for being a fucking drug dealer. You just wanted to go dancing. No need to get all butthurt about it, hey? How you like that? The experience didn't affect me as much emotionally as it did my boyfriend. I believe mostly since I've come to remember it in a comedic way, a form of shielding myself from trauma by joking about the whole experience. Yeah, that is fucking... That would be very traumatic. It's probably, you know, like you, probably the poor kid's first gay experience. Oh, finally, we can go to a gay bar and we can be gay and we can have gay sex and we can be our true selves. Get down on the fucking ground. Yeah, that would be, yeah, look, I can't exactly knock him for dumping you because you're wrapped up in the whole trauma of it and your parents are part of the legal system. Yeah, that's rough. That's my little gay story about getting raided because homo. Writing this actually makes me think why from your user-submitted story. Writing this, it actually makes me think why from your user-submitted stories now, what the fuck does this say? Writing this, it actually makes me think why from your user-submitted stories now to involve queers being victim of the police. Maybe your core audience is anarchist queers. Yeah, I could see that. Who knows? I hope my misery could give you or your listeners a good laugh. Good luck on your great leap forward. Thank you, buddy. I'm looking forward to all your new episodes, new journalists to be subverted, and whatever you can do with that new-ish chin of yours. Best of wishes, V. What a story. Man, that's a Hall of Famer. That's a homo of fame. That's a Hall of Homo. That's what a great story. Out of all the gay emails I've gotten, that one's up there. And I've gotten a strikingly large amount of gay emails. In fact, just flicking through here, I just found it's every one of my. This is why I don't understand when people are like, "Oh, don't make fun of furries, brother." A good third of my audience seem to be queers. All right. I don't know where they came from either. I don't know what it is that attracts them to me, but I'm happy they're here as long as they buy a ticket. That's, what an awesome email. Thank you very much. I was going to do 2 emails, but considering this is literally the longest episode I've ever recorded, I think we're going to end it there. I will be doing Rory, I do life advice questions on my podcast. I've got an email. Is this
going to be an NDA that I have to sign?
No. I'm going to get my cock out for the Patreon. Yeah, so we've got one email here, and I thought this would be perfect for our episode, right? Yeah. I haven't read this, but I read the subject line, so hopefully it is good. Need advice on how to be confident, please. And I think that Rory's the perfect person to answer this because one time I went out with Rory and he got completely naked and put his balls on the pool table. Security saw him do this and Rory managed to convince the security guard to allow him to stay in the room while in his underwear. And I don't know how the fuck anyone could pull that off other than you.
I just said I'll put my pants back on if you let me stay.
That shouldn't work.
Hey.
What should we go? It doesn't matter about.
Yeah. Awful looking knees. So that's the trick. If you've got ugly knees, they'll do anything to get them covered up.
Hey, Lewis. I'm trying to get some advice on what I can do to try and improve my confidence and social skills, both in establishing friendships and in a potential dating environment. Over the past 2 years, I've been trying to work on myself and make improvements towards building up my confidence, which I had completely lost over the course of about 10 years, starting after I left high school. So this guy's got to be at least like 28.
Yeah.
Since then, I've struggled to make meaningful connections with people, men and women, aside from maybe 1 or 2 people here and there and some work colleagues, mainly because I don't feel like I'm interesting enough or have much to talk about. This also extends to being in some public places. For example, I started back at gym a couple weeks ago. I walked in, saw it was busy. I did 5 minutes of cardio and then had a panic attack and left for no reason other than I was nervous.
Oh, dude.
I'm sorry for laughing. That's not funny.
No, okay. Well, this is actually quite applicable because when I moved to Sydney,
Yeah.
right, I was like probably around the same age. I was like, I would have been 27. And I didn't have any like friends over there, like outside of comedy.
Yeah.
And I really struggled to make friends, which is like weird for me.
Yeah.
You know, because everyone's like, you know, you're almost 30.
Yeah.
And like people have got their friendship groups, you know?
Yes.
Like it's pretty hard to like break into a friendship group of people when you're in your 30s as a dude. So
especially when you've kind of missed the boat on that entirely.
Yeah.
So this guy seems to have a lack of experience in general.
So first thing, daily affirmations.
Yeah.
Just basically just tell yourself you're great. Tell yourself you're a good guy. Tell yourself, you know, just write stuff down and stick it on your bathroom mirror. So every morning you wake up and like read like 10 of those things out that you wrote down about like that you're a good person, that you're nice, that like you deserve to be loved. Like these things like
I've
really
got some on my wall over there. If you don't like you
lie to yourself.
Yeah.
Lie to yourself until you believe yourself. That
Yes.
It genuinely works.
Yeah, you have to like you for other people too, because when you approach someone with this energy that you don't even like yourself, it's hard to like you because you're not showing me the beautiful things that are there to love you for.
Yeah. And secondly, start gambling. Okay. This no.
I'm taking a step back on this one. This is all Rory.
So I found that when I was trying to like hang out with dudes, they just talk about sport. Yeah. And like I don't know sport.
Yeah, yeah.
Like even though I'm wearing, like I bought this because I like the color.
Yes.
You know, like I don't know sport. And like a lot of people that I was kind of like around the fringe of were all watching basketball. And so to learn the names of all the players, so I knew what was going on.
Yeah.
I would put like a $2 bet on like a 15-leg multi.
Yeah.
And I'd like pick two players and put like, you know, 15 rebounds for that guy, like 10 points for that guy, 1 steal for that guy, like 2 3-pointers for that guy. And I'd watch the game and I'd be so focused on that one dude because the $2 for the 15-leg multi turns into like $1,000. Yeah. And so you're like, let's go, man. You get excited and then you learn all their names. And so like when you're in a bar or you're in a pub.
Sorry to interrupt. It has to be $2.
Yeah, don't put
it. Can't be 100 because you got to place a lot of $2 bets.
Yeah, yeah. And also, And also you can actually watch it on the betting app, which is great. Sportsbet. I'm not sponsored, but I really do like gambling. Lewis hates it. Don't gamble. It's bad.
Can you actually watch sport on Sportsbet?
Yeah, if you put like a $1 bet on, you can watch the whole game on your phone.
Fuck, that's evil.
Yeah. No, but it's also you don't have to pay for the subscription.
That's what I mean.
So it's like, like if you put $1 on, you have the chance of winning and you get to watch the show.
That's how they get you though.
Yeah.
Because you win your one. You go, dude, if this was $100, I would have won $10,000.
But then you learn all the names of the players, and then when someone like you overhear the conversation, if you're a dude especially, and another dude's talking to you about like next to you about sport, not even talking to you about sport, and they're like, oh man, you know, you see what Steph Curry did last weekend, and you just go, man, you see that fucking 3-pointer he scored in the 4th quarter? You are immediately friends.
Yeah.
Like it's like dudes don't give a fuck who you are. If you know a little bit of sport knowledge, it's like it's so easy to make friends.
That's why it's so difficult to make friends out of high school if you miss the boat. Yeah. Because men especially bond around shared activity.
Yeah.
It's watching sport, fucking playing video games, building something. Like that's how men bond. We don't make friends. We do something and then Jim's all right while he's there.
Yeah.
And now we're friends. Yeah. But it's about this thing we're doing together initially.
And if you want to meet women, go to a protest.
Yeah, true.
Because most people at protest also have probably got some sort of anxiety or something.
Not a Melbourne one. Most of those chicks don't have a gender.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. Like go to somewhere, go to somewhere where other people with anxiety go hang out.
Yeah.
And like protest is a lot of people who, you know, like they want to support, they want to be lovely. And so if you tell people you're vulnerable and you're a bit uncomfortable in those spaces, those people are great to talk to who also kind of have that stuff.
Yeah. A church is also
gambling.
good for that.
Mainly gambling.
Yeah, gambling and going to church.
Church is a good one.
Is good because they have to like you.
Yeah.
You know, God told them to.
Yeah.
And that's a big part of. I think what going to church has taught me is like how valuable community is and how scarce it is.
Yeah.
Like actual community like for not much of a reason other than, and this is maybe not necessarily church, but hanging out with old people.
I do love
and just watching how they operate with no social media. They put in so much more effort to remain in connection with each other, like going to each other's houses for no reason, just to show up, or like driving each other places or calling them on the phone. All these things that we have stopped doing because we kind of don't need to because of social media.
Yeah.
But you do need
you
to.
need it more. Like one of my favorite experiences with the old person, because I like to stop old people and ask them questions and shit.
Yeah.
And we were hanging out in Frio at like South Beach, and there's just like, you know, 4 of us just sat there, you know, we're smoking a J, we're just like chilling, eating strawberries on a rug, and this old dude walked past with a cane, and it was like 35 degrees, and he's wearing like a full 3-piece tweed suit. He looked like a gangster, and I was like, "Hey man, sorry to interrupt, like your walk. Do you mind if we ask you a question?" And he was like, "Yeah, of course." And I was like, "What was the best day of your life?" Like, you know, you seem quite old, forgive me for saying, but like, I'm just curious, like, what was the happiest day of your life? And he goes, "Don't know what the happiest one was. I'll tell you the worst though." And I was like, "All right, dude, go on, tell us."
Nice.
And he goes, "I was a sharpshooter in the war."
Wow.
And he goes, "I think it was the Vietnam War." He goes, "I was a sharpshooter in the Vietnam War, right?"
That's what going to war will do to you, make you completely unable to recall a good day in your life.
And he goes,
I'll tell you what traumatized me though.
I was a sharpshooter in the Vietnam War. And I was on this top of this hill, right? And there was these two Asian dudes putting down landmines about 1.5 kilometers away from me. And I lined one of them up and I shot him. And as I shot him, he dropped the landmine and he killed the other guy. And he goes, "It's the worst I've ever felt in my entire life that after my wife died, I went back to that town to try and find the family so I could talk to them and say sorry about what had happened."
Yeah.
And he goes, "And I found out that the people in the town thought that those 2 dudes had actually stepped on a landmine and just died from that."
Wow.
And I go, "Did you tell him?" And he goes, "Nah." And then he throws his cane and goes, "But I've still got it, boys." I was like, "Dude, this guy's amazing." His name was Alex. I remember this dude like he was fucking yesterday. He was quality, dude.
You don't tell them. That's the correct decision.
Yeah,
actually, I killed them.
Yeah.
You let them think it was a horrible workplace accident.
Yeah. And he goes, "Nah."
Fuck.
Great story. Talk to old people. They're funny as shit.
All right. I've been taking steps to better myself, including losing weight. I've lost about 50 kilos over the past couple of years. That's amazing.
Yeah, congratulations.
Started getting my sleeping sorted. I'm working on kicking a really bad porn addiction. That's
titties, dude.
Yeah, those titties, man. And generally taking care of myself in terms of hygiene and grooming. Well, this is all really, really great stuff.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
you should email the first guy who emailed us. You guys should talk.
No, this is the first guy.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Same
okay.
bloke.
Oh.
Yeah. He sent a really long email. Yeah. Unfortunately, being more attractive helps so much.
Yeah.
With all social settings. When I got my
Lewis
new
chin, heaps of followers.
Dude, it's upsetting. It's upsetting. Not even followers. In public, strangers who are not fans are so much more polite to me. Yeah, men, straight men, everyone. Yeah, it's weird.
People don't like God, don't like ugly.
No, it's really unfortunate, but it is true. So this is great. All right, so now where I have a problem is I recently started talking to a couple of women online at different times with the intent of starting a friends with benefits kind of arrangement. This is a first for me, as I've never done a friends with benefits thing before, and I was curious about doing it. The first one agreed, but eventually said no at the time, which was okay. This is a long email.
Yeah, it's it.
The second, I recently started talking to, and we were chatting over text for 2 weeks. We decided to meet up in person for the first time, which I was super excited about, but I was also shitting myself because I haven't had a one-on-one catch-up with a woman since my ex. We met up and had a chat for a while, and even though I psyched myself up to be confident, my nerves got the better of me, and I feel like I fumbled real bad. When we finished, she seemed very eager to leave. We didn't hook up. It was just a meeting. I went in full panic mode afterwards thinking I'd blown it and eventually got a message confirming that she was not interested in continuing because she didn't vibe, which is fair enough. 3 people have turned me down in the last few months, blah, blah. This email is so long. Obviously, you're overthinking.
In terms of the ladies stuff, dude, like if you just go on as many dates as you possibly can.
Yeah.
But when you get there, just go, look, you're very beautiful and I'm nervous.
Yeah.
And like,
she will love that.
Yeah. And that's all you got to do. Like, hi, lovely to meet you. How's your day? Look, I just got to say, like, dude, you're very beautiful and I'm quite nervous. I don't usually get to hang out with beautiful women like you. So forgive me if I'm a little bit like.
That's hot, man. Like, unfortunately, be yourself.
Yeah,
that is good advice. Like,
because if you pretend to be someone else, you'll end up in a relationship acting as someone else, and then you'll resent them. And then you'll break up, and then you'll have given them too much of your time, love, energy, and then you come out of it, and you don't know who you are, and then you have to rebuild yourself again. So just be the awkward little fuck that you are, dude.
Yeah.
Because they're the same. Everyone's the same. Everyone's just an awkward little fuck. So just
you gotta be yourself, and you gotta love yourself. And this sounds like very generic, like boring advice, but that shit fucking works. Write some affirmations. Go for walks, join some kind of community group, whether it is like helping old people out at a community service or some kind of sports team or going to a church or anything where you can get social reps in where you talk to people. The more you do it, the more you'll realize that you're actually just like a normal guy. There's nothing horrifically wrong with you at all.
And gamble.
And punt as much money as possible through Sportsbet. Use my code SPEARS.
I'm gonna get out of here.
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
That's it, mate. Good luck. All right.
Thank you for having me.
Go check out Rory. I'll leave links in the description. I've got an email here. From a listener. If you would like to, if you need some life advice, if you have a story to tell me, if you have a question, send it through to my email, podcast@lewspears.com, LEW spears.com, podcast@lewspears.com. I love stories. I love questions. I'm running low. So if you want to make the show, now's the time to send something. For the love of God, include punctuation. If you write something longer than one sentence and there's no paragraphs in it, I delete them because I'm not stumbling my way through it like I'm reading an email from the spokesperson from a fucking dildo crypto coin. All right? Try. Anyway, this is great. Look at this. 3 paragraphs. Love it. Advice question. How to overcome tall poppy syndrome. Hi, Lewis. You've mentioned on the podcast how Australian culture has a problem of dismissing/despising people who succeed. This ties in perfectly to what I was talking about earlier in the episode about leaving this place. I often feel like this in regards to myself and my own achievements, and I really want to know how you overcame this, if you have ever experienced it firsthand. I'm far more critical of myself and my own success than I am of others. In fact, I really like to see Australians succeed, and I try to support the ones I enjoy. Legend. But when I try to think of myself as successful, I get intense thoughts and feelings to just not even attempt it because I know I will fail, in quotation marks. You're very insightful and wise, so if you have some genuine advice, I would really appreciate it. Yeah. I don't know if I would call this tall poppy syndrome. Tall poppy syndrome is externalized. It's something that you look at someone else and you go, who does he think he is for being successful? I don't think it's something that is internalized. I think that's different. I think I think a really good thing when you're struggling with something, anything, whether it's depression or thoughts like this or anger, is trying to correctly identify it. Because if you can't correctly identify it, you can't find the root of the cause. And if you can't find the root of it, you can't overcome it. You can't turn it into something beautiful. So when you call this tall poppy syndrome, I think you're wrong. Because tall poppy syndrome is when I look at you trying and I go, what are you, gay? That's what that is. You looking at other people and going, oh, well, I'm so proud of you. I support you. I think you can do it. But then looking at yourself and believing the opposite, that's not tall poppy syndrome. That's self-loathing. That's you having a low opinion of yourself. That's you thinking that you don't deserve good things or you don't deserve success. When I try to think of myself as successful, I get intense thoughts and feelings to just not even attempt it because I know I will fail. Yeah, that's low self-worth, man. That's you either thinking that you're nowhere near talented or you couldn't ever become successful, or it's thinking that, fuck, maybe I could become successful, but I don't deserve that because there's something wrong with me or I've done something. You need to what everyone needs to really try to understand is that there is no such thing as failing. It is not real. It is a social construct. What does exist and what is real is giving up, or worse, never trying. There is no such thing as failing because you can't. It's very, very unlikely for you to attempt something and not pull it off to such a degree that you cannot ever try again. All right? There is only trying and not trying enough. That's all that there is. This idea of failing doesn't exist. I think I'm a pretty good example of this, right? I try all the time and I try really hard. And there was a long period of time where I was too sick to do anything. And my career had all of this momentum, and then I hit a wall and I stopped. And a lot of people, and I had these thoughts, of course, a lot of people would just stop and be like, fuck, I had my shot. The world got in the way. It's not my fault, but everything fell apart. And, I lost everything. Right? And those were thoughts that I had. And those were worries that I had of like, man, how can I possibly come back from 4 years of being sick and inconsistent and then like essentially an entire year of disappearing? That, to a lot of people, that's failure. But it's only failure if you make it failure. I could have stopped there. Truly, I could have. I could have stopped. I could have gotten a job. I had the house. I had a mortgage. I could have just fucking gotten a normal job and be like, oh, well, I tried really hard with comedy, but the world got in the way and I failed. And I could feel bad about that. And I could make that true. That would be a decision that I made. But that failure is a social construct. It's imaginary. It's not real. We give that power. And I'm trying to tell you that, like, when you train for something like a race and you lose the race, I'm not saying that loss isn't real. I'm saying that the failure that you feel is fake, because there is no way to fail. There is only signals that you can use to pivot or continue or change direction entirely or go backwards and come at it another way. A good example of this, again, is like my sickness. I just tried to push through it and ignore it and ignore it and ignore it. And that did way more damage to me. And that did more damage to my career. What I should have done, and this is hindsight, and this was like way too scary for me to even conceive of the idea, but what I probably should have done is, in hindsight, is during COVID, when I started to become really ill, I probably should have just stopped everything. I would, work for a few years, make a little bit of money, because the online money was crazy back then. And then when I got really sick was around 22 to 24. what I should have done is I should have gone, you know what? I'm going to go through all of these surgeries. I have some savings. What I should do is just quit, pause the Patreon, make a video going, hey guys, I'm really sick right now. I'm going to be back when I'm well. And I should have just taken 18 months off and not tried to post through the surgery and the recovery. And I could have used that money that I had to sustain myself and I would have been okay. And then when I came back, it would have been fucking momentous. Instead, I tried to ignore reality and post my way through it and this and that. And then I was just inconsistent for years. And what I'm trying to say to you is like, there is no such thing as failing, because when you do something and it doesn't work, it's an opportunity to try it again or try it differently or try something else. There's no fail. It's not real. You think about you way more than anybody else does. I can't remember. I don't know anyone who's failed. I know a lot of people who quit. Have you, like, really think about it? Who do you know that failed? I can't name anyone. I can name a lot of people who quit. And probably a lot of those people who quit think they failed. They didn't fail, they quit. Failing is not real. The only thing that is real is trying and quitting. I have a letter from my grandfather that he wrote. He's 91. He still works. He's an architect, and he wrote this thing. It's not his words, but it's like his favorite quote for his life. And it's just persistence. Nothing in this world beats persistence. There are so many people that are very talented that have a natural gift for this, or they were born beautiful or born into wealth or have all these advantages. There isn't, I know for a fucking fact, dude, especially with what I've been through, no one in this country, in my industry, is more persistent than I am, because there are so many difficult things that I have overcome or pivoted or worked my way around, that where I am now, I understand that I can tackle anything now. And all the things that I have overcome were times where I could have quit and gone, it's too hard, or I tried and I failed, and I could have accepted this fake idea of failure. There's no such thing as failure. There's trying and not trying. There's also no such thing as success. That's not real. There's trying and not trying. What is success? Having $1 million? I don't care about that. Success, for me, is becoming really good at comedy and making the world laugh and trying to do that. That's, to me, success. That's my personal definition of it. And someone else's idea of success will be very different, which means it's fake. It's not real. It's subjective. You've got to come up with your own idea of success. When I try to think of myself as successful, I get intense thoughts and feelings to just not even attempt it, because I know I will fail. The reason why you're so scared of failing is because you haven't tried anything, so you don't know what trying something and it not working feels like. Persistence. You build up a resilience to something, and you build up a resilience to things not working. And let me tell you, dude, any successful person has way more losses than they have wins. The difference between a successful person or an average person and an unsuccessful person is the ability to weather the storm, the resilience to losing, the resilience to trying something and it not working out the way you wanted it to. It's otherwise known as persistence. It's very scary, this idea of failure, when you've never actually tried. It sounds to me like you're just imagining trying something and then you imagine failing at it and then you psych yourself out. You haven't actually fucking done anything. You're scared of your own shadow. Like, you can't, it's easier said than done. Believe me, I know. But you can't imagine yourself into doing nothing. That's the only real fail is never trying. So what I was talking about at the start of the podcast, if I go to the States and I fucking tried really hard and it all blows up in my face, I will know that I tried my best. I'll come home and I'll be like, at least I know. You don't want to be the person who's like, fuck, I never even found out if I could. And what's also fascinating about trying, because I'm 31 now, right? And unfortunately, I'm wise. You know, this is what this person said. You're very insightful and wise. Do you know why people call me that? It's because I've been through a lot of fucking pain and hardship and awful stuff, especially over the last 5 years. And I'm just coming out of that fog. And apparently I've come out wise. It's not something that you can be taught. It's something that you survive. And you come out broken or wise. Or both. What a lot of the things that I was terrified of that did happen, I have now come to be very grateful for. A good example is my illness where I lost everything for a couple years, right? I am now grateful that that happened because and it's taken a lot for me to get to this, but essentially in 2019, I was crushing it. I just dropped my comedy special. I was making a fuckload of money. I was only looking up and up. I had no expenses and no responsibilities. And I was like, I'm moving to America. I know I am. And I started talking to immigration lawyers and I was getting the ball rolling. And then COVID happened and I was devastated. And COVID went for 2 years. And I was like, holy fuck, what the hell? And then I got really sick. And then I had to go through my own little personal lockdown, basically, where everyone else got to go out into the world and I was stuck in my house getting decapitated and stitched back together for 2 years, right? And now I'm on the other end of it. I've been well for about maybe 18 months. I got the braces off January last year. So I've been well for 18 months. And I've been able to work on progressing forward rather than just undoing damage for the last 6 months. That's how new all this shit is. And the reason why I'm grateful for it is what a lot of people would look at as a failure of I was here and then I lost it all, right? Is because I now know with hindsight, if I moved to the States in 2019, I would have gotten sick there. Because that was always coming, right? That was in my cards. So what would have happened is, fuck, maybe I moved to the States and I got everything I wanted. And then I would have lost all of that. I would have had to come home. This is even if COVID didn't happen, right? So obviously COVID happened. Thank fuck it happened while I was in Australia, because if it happened in the States, I would have had to come home. And that would have been devastating. I would have spent all of my money getting over there and then I would have had to come back. But even if COVID didn't happen, I would have been in the States. Maybe I would have been building something. Maybe I would have been cast in a Marvel movie or whatever. And then I would have gotten really sick and I would have lost everything, spent all my money, and I would have had to either gone bankrupt getting the surgeries there, or I would have, which would have left me here, or I would have had to come home and do the surgery. Do you see what I mean? These things that at the time when they were happening, I was like, oh my God, I'm losing everything. I'm freaking out. I'm failing. It's the end of the world. I can now look back on with hindsight and be like, dude, I'm glad that happened then, because everything that I lost, if I was where I was dreaming of being, where I thought I would have been if these things weren't happening, if it happened when I had those things, I would have lost so much more and it would have been so much harder to get back. Now I know that when I do move to the States, I'm going as the healthiest version of myself with no, God forbid, medical emergencies in my future, but also with everything that I've been through, I'm going as the most resilient version of myself. So I know that no matter what the fuck I face over there as a broke immigrant, I will be okay. And the only reason I know this and I know these things is because I have persisted through these thoughts of what if I fail and what if it doesn't work? The only way to know is to go out and do it. And the more you do it and the more you fuck it up, the more resilient you become to fucking up. And the more you get to a point where you realize the truth, which is there is no fucking it up. There is no failure. Those are just imaginary concepts invented by the human brain and anxiety to keep us safe and to keep us off the beaten trail and to stop us from trying anything because it's risky. And that's just an evolutionary thing, because before, risk meant, fuck, I might break my leg and then I'll die and I won't be able to find food. Now, those things, there's food in the fridge, brother. This anxiety stuff, it's designed to keep you safe from cave bears, not from posting something and getting no likes. It's not real. There is no failure. There is only not trying. That's what you need to understand. And the only way to truly understand is to actually feel it. So go out there and try something and be shit at it and understand that that's normal. You're supposed to suck. You're not good yet. That's fine. No one makes it overnight. Everybody just looks like they do. I've been posting since 2012. I haven't made it yet. I'm trying. I'm persisting. And I know that I'm the most resilient version of myself because I have worked through and overcome and experienced things that many people would have internalized as a failure and accepted as the universe telling them that they're not good enough. But I know I'm good enough, and I know that I can be one of the greats, and that's why I'm going to the fucking States, man. And that's what we're going to do, all right? I believe in you, buddy. Go out there and fuck it up. Be shit until you're good. I'm Lewis Spears. I'll talk to you on Patreon. Shall we do the emails? I've got an email. It's sitting in my printer here. I'm going to get them out. If you would like to email the show, send an email to podcast@lewisspears.com. If you need some life advice, if you have a question, if you have a story you want to tell me, if you want my opinion on something, you can email it through to podcast@lewisspears.com. And I'll do my best to get back to you. We've got one email today because it's a bit of a long one. I haven't read all of it. I read some of it. So let's find out together. And I'm going to continue on Patreon as well after this. If Patreon this month is free. So the Patreon episodes are all free for free members. You've got to sign up as a member using the free tier. It is free. And all episodes this month are free. So to celebrate 400 episodes of the Spearhead Sundays podcast. And yes, life, job, and love dilemma. Hi, Lewis. I'm 20 years old. My name is Sam, and I live in Mount Gambier, South Australia. I'm 2.5 years through a 4-year apprenticeship to become a welder. That's a fucking man's job. I used to be able to truthfully say I love what I do, but that has not been the case for quite some time now. My job is essentially to be a Chinese factory worker. Oh, thank you. I show up each day and for 9 hours, I make the same few different items that all contribute to a larger product that my boss sells. Yeah, nice. You're a cog in the machine. Most days I can tolerate as I zone out and imagine other things, projects I'm working on. Couple girls. When I next get to see my girlfriend, dude, crushed it. What I'm doing for the weekend, but for the past few weeks, I've spent every waking minute at this job just feeling like death. I hate the repetition, the predictable routine, the lack of creativity I get to express. I feel like I'm going crazy. Although not typically encouraged to leave partway through an apprenticeship, I feel compelled to leave my current job for multiple reasons.
What are your thoughts? That's a tough one because you're almost done. What, you got 18 months left? You're 2.5 years through a 4-year apprenticeship. So you got 18. What, is the money good? I reckon you can 18 more months. You're only 20. You can fucking do it. If the money's good, I would just stay. Job hunting is really fucking tough right now. I mean, I don't know what it's like to be a welder. I don't know what it's like to have a normal job. I do know it's fucking horrible. I did laboring on building sites, and I worked in call centers, and I worked at a butcher. I've had lots of normal jobs, and every day I'm very grateful that I get to do this. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'd fucking. You got 18 months left. I wouldn't quit. I wouldn't quit unless you had something else, because you're almost done. Firstly, my girlfriend of 3 years lives and studies up in Adelaide. This is a 4.5-hour commute. Oh, I'm going off to my real job, fucking dealing with the missus. This is a 4.5-hour commute. It could be worse, dude, but you could be on the fucking bus. 4.5-hour commute I make every 3 weeks or so. The driving doesn't bother me so much. It's just the long distance relationship, not having anyone to come home to. All the joys of living by myself. Oh, you're lonely. I miss my girlfriend. Gay. Secondly, I'm not actually from South Australia. My family live and I grew up over in Victoria. I moved in pursuit of the job I now despise. Oh, that's tough. This has also left me without any friends, and in this 2.5 years, I've only just made friendships with 2 guys who are similar in age to me. I would hate to move away from them after just getting to know them. Thirdly, as my family nor my girlfriend, or until recently any friends live near me, each weekend is spent either in Victoria or Adelaide. I feel like a child of divorce, bouncing around all over the place, and to add to that, I have hustles selling firewood and doing small welding jobs on the weekends, which I need to go back to Victoria for anyway. But generally, my life feels constantly unsettled. So you are a hustler, which could be your problem. You know what this sounds like, buddy? Sounds like you're burnt out. Sounds like you could quit this job that you have, get a new one, and feel exactly the same in 3 months. Sounds like you're a little bit burnt out, brother. You're doing too much shit. Another thought I had between my 2 side hustles, I have not caught a weekend off in probably 4 months. Well, that's why you hate your fucking job, dude. I often second guess myself and chalk up my feelings to burnout. Yeah, dude. And just generally being tired. But I'm also in my big swing era, big fan of the name, and by the end of the year, I'm on track to have nailed a $40,000 car loan within about 18 months. So I feel like I can't take my foot off the pedal just yet. Does that mean you will have paid off your I guess that's what that means. You will have paid off your $40,000 car loan. That's awesome. That seems like a big loan to be taken out. Oh, you're a fucking trader. You need a big car. I should preface that if I do leave, as long as I can find another employer willing to take me on, I can continue my apprenticeship to completion. Leaving would also burn a massive bridge with my current employer. He has, in the most part, been really good to me, good to all of his employees. It would come out of left field if I did decide to depart. Okay, firstly, 2 things with your job. Don't be showing loyalty to an employer. If you can get a better job, get a better job. The only time you should be showing like real big loyalty to an employer is when it's a small business or when you could maybe get a shot at getting part ownership, right? Other than that, fucking job hop, dude, because you'll be replaced if you died in a month. Less than that. So, you know, case by case basis, I think it's a little bit different with tradies because you kind of got a reputation, but I wouldn't fucking worry about that. And also, it's what, burn a bridge for fucking leaving? And no, like if you quit properly with enough notice, it's not going to burn a bridge. If you're a good worker and he likes you and he's a good boss, and you explain, hey man, my girlfriend lives here, my family lives there, it's not the job, it's just the area, he'll be like, totally get it. And then if you make a mistake, you can come back and be like, hey man, made a mistake,
love the job. Can I come back? If you were a good worker, he'll be like, fuck yeah, the new guy sucks. I've worked with people again who have left me to do other things because they quit properly with enough notice and then have come back and been like, hey, I've got some free time, or hey, I would like my job back. I've been like, yeah, cool. I liked working with you. Let's do some stuff again. That's, I'm an employer and that doesn't bother me at all. As long as if someone does a good job and quits properly, I don't care. I'm happy for them. It's inconvenient for me if they are a good worker, but it's never like burning a bridge unless they lie to me or quit super short notice or fucking, The final note I'll add before your evaluation, my girlfriend and I may be young and 3 years has gone by very quickly in the best way possible. But I love this girl. That's beautiful. And when our prefrontal cortex is finished developing, I do want to marry her. You should. We've talked extensively about our future together and we both see each other long term. I only add to this because I have a coworker/friend, he's 32, that regularly reminds me of the grim reality of an LDR and then makes references to his own unresolved trauma of a past partner cheating on him and frequently informs me how much better I could do and how chances are we aren't going to be together in a few years. So what's the point of pursuing something that means a lot to you now, even if there is a chance it all falls apart? Dude, don't fucking listen to a loser trying to ruin your relationship. That's something that when you are in a relationship, especially a young relationship that's going well, that's been going for a few years, there's something really weird. People will see it and resent it and want what happened to them to happen to you, because it makes them feel like it's normal. And it makes them feel okay because that means that what happened to them happens to everybody. Like it's not a bad thing that should not have happened. Do you know what I mean? It's, it's literally what you've said. It's like he wants his trauma to happen to you because then it's not trauma. It's just normal and everyone goes through it. That's a man who's scared of himself and his own fucking feelings. So he's trying to make it happen to you. Don't listen to that man. Never listen to someone who wants their misery to also happen to you. It's fucking poison. And I would even say, hey man, stop saying that to me. I don't like it. Nothing wrong with that. Say, hey dude, I'm sorry that happened to you, but it's actually very upsetting to hear you say that to me. There's nothing wrong with that. Is standing up for your partner as well. I mean, like, hey dude, you don't know this girl. And if it happens to me, I'll be very sad, but don't fucking tell me it's going to happen to me. Because I don't think it is. I think that's beautiful and I think you should marry her. Any advice is greatly appreciated. It honestly might even help to just have someone read my situation back to me. I think you know the fucking answer. You've written it out. You're going through burnout. Listen, I'm doing my big swing, right? Everyone knows this. Everyone's seen that I've been more prolific than I have been and more consistent than I ever have been for the longest time period I ever have been. I missed a podcast episode last week because I was sick. That's the first one I've missed for 2 years, maybe. There's been a couple late ones, but that's the first time I've not uploaded one at all in 2 years. Unheard of, right? Here's another secret. I have a lot of free time. I spend a lot of time doing nothing. I spend a lot of time resting. I spend a lot of time sleeping. I go to bed early. I wake up early and I relax a lot because I understand that intentionally doing those things fuels my ability to create better and more frequently and do my job. So it sounds like you're burnt out. And what you're doing is you're making a fuckload of money, and that's awesome. That's great. Especially at your young age, making a shitload of money will set you up so much further ahead of everybody else. And you do need to fucking do that because it is, it's getting hard out here.
and buying that house is looking less and less likely. But do you know what will cost you way more money than you can ever make? Working yourself into a position where you completely burn out. That happened to me, right? I worked and worked and worked and worked and worked, and then my body failed. And then when I was taking care of that, looking after my health, instead of pausing to recover and spending the time wisely on healing, I tried to work through it, and it was not good. I didn't make any extra money. In fact, I reckon it was financially more harmful to me to try and make more money while I was going through the surgeries than it would have been to just fucking chill, relax, and be sick, because I was. That's an extreme example because obviously you're not sick, but you can make yourself sick if you keep doing this. No weekend in 4 months? What are you, a fucking slave? Take a weekend off. Don't quit your job. Quit your weekend side hustle. You know, you obviously don't need the money, so take a couple weekends off. Take 2 weekends off a month. You don't have to work every single weekend. I'm not telling you to not have a side hustle. I'm telling you to figure out how to make your side hustle benefit you financially and, as if not more importantly, lifestyle-wise. Because I'll tell you why you don't have any friends. You got no weekends. So you're fucking lonely. You're burnt out. And what do you have to show for it? You're paying off your car loan sooner? Who gives a fuck? Have a sleep. You don't need to quit your job. You like your job. You like your boss. Your boss likes you. You do good work. You need to fucking drop the side hustle back, or see your family once a month instead of every fucking weekend, or see your girlfriend once a month instead of every weekend. You know? Yeah, you either need to, what you need to do is you need to either stop this side hustle thing until you finish your apprenticeship, because I assume you're going to move, or just fucking move now. And then you can do the side hustle, cut out all of the travel to seeing your girlfriend, and you'll be fine. Don't quit. Yeah. You need weekends, man. And you need friends and community. One of the best things I ever did for myself, was I take Sundays off now. I don't do anything on Sunday. I go to church. I connect with a whole community that was there the whole time I've lived here. Just meeting and hanging out and being, friends with each other and looking after each other and all this kind of stuff. I'm going through a real rough time at the moment, and they're all checking in on me, making sure I'm okay, and it's fucking beautiful. And I'd be lost without it. You got to figure something out. It doesn't have to be church. You got to figure something. You got to find your church, your community, And if you are working or driving every single weekend and every waking moment between work, you're either driving or side hustling or whatever. Of course you have no friends. Of course you're lonely. Of course you're burnt out. You got to find your community. And that could be a swim club. That could be a run club. That could be a book club. That could be a church. It could be a mosque. It could be fucking anything. But you got to find something. And they're all out there. You can find them, but not if you have no time. And yeah, if you don't, here's what I'll tell you, right? How old are you? You're 20. I'll tell you what's going to happen. If you don't actually rest and actually give yourself time to do nothing with no responsibilities, you will be forced to by your own body, which is what's happening now. You're going, oh my God, I have to quit my job. I've got to change something. It's like, bro, just take some weekends off and you'll be all right. You don't have to do anything. Just take some weekends off. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. You're 20 years old. You're about to own your fucking car. That sounds like a nice car if it's a $40,000 loan you've got.
You're about to finish your welding apprenticeship. You're going to walk into a job that pays quite well. You've got a girlfriend. She loves you. You love her. You're going to get married. You're killing it, dude. You don't have to do anything. There's no emergency. You got heaps of time. You know? Nothing's even gone wrong. You're just stressed because you're not snoozing. You're not relaxing. Chill the fuck out, man. Find your church. Find your community. Make some friends. Have some time off. Relax. There's no rush. There's no bad guy coming to get you. You've got time. You're 20 years old. I know this because I was you. If 20-year-old me looked at where I am, I'd be like, fuck, I got to work hard, I got to run. There's no rush. It's all right. I'm killing it. I'm getting there when I'm getting there. If I got to America any earlier than now, it would have been a fucking disaster. Thank goodness I didn't make it when I wanted to, because I would have come home real quick. It would have been a disaster because I had health issues to sort out. There was a pandemic to go through. You know, there are all these lessons I had to learn about other people and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's all good. What you need to realize is if you think about it, and you know, for me, I found God, so it's like it's for me, it's like I'll explain it how it makes sense to me. But it was true before I had found God. There's a path for you. And for me, God's like designed a path for me. And I know when I'm on the path and I know when I'm off the path. And the path is lit up. There's lights all around the path. And it says, here's where you should be going. And if you really think about it, each of us have a path, right? And it's not always an easy path. Sometimes it's a fucking smooth runway. Sometimes it's like those travelators in airports where it's like moving and you're walking, but you're going at the speed of someone jogging. You're like, this is fucking easy. Other times it's like you're going up Mount Doom. And if you were to go off the path, it'd be a nice, comfy little thing, but you know that's not your path. So you feel pulled back to this incredibly treacherous, difficult path that has been set up in front of you. When you're on your path, it's not about how quickly you're running down it. It's, are you on the path? It's a marathon. When Frodo took the ring from the Shire to Mount Doom, he could have stayed in the Shire and be very comfortable, but he knew that wasn't his path. His path had been laid out by God or the author of the universe, Tolkien, right? And he walked his path. And it was at points fucking terrible. At points, fucking amazing. At points, he strayed from the path and it was way easier, but he was pulled back on because he knew what his path was. But he didn't sprint the whole way. There were times where he had to, but most of it he just walked. He saved the whole world by walking. You just got to walk. There's no rush. And the reason why you can't be rushing is when you fill your life with all this stuff, you lose sight of your path. And then you have all these feelings and you go, oh, what am I doing? Maybe I need to quit my job, or maybe my side hustles, or maybe my girlfriend's going to cheat on me, or maybe this, or I've got no friends and I miss my family. All this stuff that's floating around in your head is because you haven't sat outside in the sun and gone, a bird, and just listened for the universe or a higher calling or God or, the fucking, your dream or your spirit or your soul or whatever's out, whatever your interpretation of like why we're here or what's going on or whatever you fucking believe, everyone has a path, and everyone, like, if they really think and they look inwards and they try and find that stillness, you know what your path is. And if you look around, for me, before I found God, I was like, oh, the fucking, I just know that I'm supposed to be a comedian. And I know I'm supposed to be in the States doing that. And it's like the universe is I used to always think this, man, the universe is like pulling me or pushing me. And when I go away from it, like something happens that puts me back on the path, and whenever I'm not on the path, when I'm going in a different direction, it always leads to just fucking, anxiety or misery or anger or whatever. And then when I get back on the path and I go, oh man, this is where I'm supposed to be going, even if it's difficult. And for me, and now I understand, for me, that's like God has created a path for me and it's lit up, and all I got to do is walk it. And there's no promise that it'll be easy. There's no promise that it won't have some suffering on the path. What is promised is it's my path, and I can choose to walk it, or I can go fuck it. I don't have to do anything, but I will always see my path in front of me, and it's lit up. What I'm saying is, no matter what you believe, you got a path, and you know what you're supposed to be doing. And if you don't know, I think it's because you haven't sat and thought or tried enough things or done enough shit, or you're just being pushed around by the world and worldly things and society and your parents and pressures and this and that and all this kind of shit. And a lot of that is not your fault. But it sounds like you, Sam, you got to fucking... How about this? Next month, take every single weekend off and see what happens. You don't lose anything. Tell your girlfriend, hey, I'm not going to come up. She'll be like, all right, used to it. She'll be fine. If she loves you, she'll be good. And just, I might go for a walk. I'm not going to do something, and just see how that feels. And if it feels like a terrible fucking emergency, like you're lazy and you've got to be doing something, just see what happens on the other end of those feelings. Walk around, look at a bird. I feed my bird. This morning I left my house, and all the birds, they know the sound of my front door closing because I feed them peanuts. All these magpies flew from their tree when they heard the front door close, and they all said, oh, good morning. And one landed on my head, and it made me laugh. And I went, what the fuck? And then another one landed on my arms and was eating peanuts out of my arms. And I just thought, dude, I've lived here for 4 years, and only in the last, I think less than a year, since last spring, 1 year, have I like actually paid attention to the nature around me on my walk and being present. And look at what a fucking bountiful reward and joy in my life has come from that. Is the birds go, good morning, it's our guy. And every morning I hear the birds outside going, where's our peanuts? We want our peanuts. And it makes me smile and it makes me get out of bed. And I could have had that for 3 years. But for 3 years, I was just, I gotta do this. I'm falling behind. Oh man, maybe I can make content out of my surgery, and maybe, I can do this. And what if I took out a loan so I could do that? And it's like, bro, go outside, see the birds, breathe. It's all good. There's no rush. And now I'm here ironically from like letting go and just creating when it feels right and doing my job when it feels right. I've made more shit than I ever have. It's getting more views than it ever has. The podcast is the biggest it's ever been. So is the Patreon. And I'm like, oh man, all I had to do is walk the path that God lit up for me, and it works. It's because it's not in my hands. It's out of my hands. I just do what I know I'm supposed to do, and what happens, happens. And that's not in my control. That's what I said before. It's the third thing. You're looking for the third thing. Don't look for the third thing. Do your job. Do some rest. The third thing, completely out of your hands. Relax. See the birds. Go for a walk. Have a fucking weekend. All right? With that, I'm going to end it. Thank you very much. A reminder that Patreon is free this month. This is the... Well, anyway, I think it's time for miscellaneous bit at the end here. We've got an email.
How are we doing? How do you think this episode's going?
Oh, I think this is a great Patreon episode. No, this is a good full one.
Yeah.
I think this is good.
I like
How do you think we're going? What would you spend the lottery on? All right. So, okay. We've got an update email from the last email was sent December 2024. I don't even remember this one. We'll read the first email, then we've got the update.
Yeah.
This is vaguely familiar. 2 girls. How do I choose? Hey, Lewis. Apologies in advance for the length. I saw you in Ballarat this year. Great show. I was with my girlfriend at the time called Rose. For the last 8 months, I have been tossing up between Rose and this other girl from my workplace called Emma. I dated Rose for 3 years, but cheated on her with Emma. As I caught feelings when things were going poorly in my relationship at the time. Firstly, I acknowledge that is a huge mistake and I feel shitty about it every day. I admitted to the... Huh? Jesus over here. I admitted to the cheating and our relationship ended, but there's been a couple of months where I ended up talking to both girls afterward, and there was a time where I even slept with both of them in the one day. A personal record, but not one to be super proud of. Piece of shit.
Yeah.
Forgiven. During the talking 2.0 phase with Rose, we have grown and recognized where we went wrong in the relationship. We? Strong use of the word we.
The royal we here.
Yeah, the royal we. Where we went wrong in the relationship before the cheating. No, you see, don't you understand, baby? It was your fault. This is good. Gaslighting king.
Rude to me.
Yeah. In the relationship before the cheating, and it seems very promising if we were to give it a crack and she give it a crack. She feels with a bit of time and reassurance we can move forward together. I have not felt as strongly for Emma as I have for Rose, but this has remained constant. I broke things off with Rose at one point and then dated Emma for a grand total of 2 months. 3 weeks ago, Emma went overseas while we were still together, but last week broke up with me out of nowhere. She did not know Rose and I were together when I slept with her, but I did eventually tell her. This is a mess. Her friends she met overseas said the classic once a cheater, always a cheater and got into her head. Mm-hmm. I had not cheated on her and want to be in the minority of cheaters that don't cheat again. Because it's out of character for me and I had never cheated before. 2 days later, she calls me saying she kind of regrets her decision and came back from overseas a couple days ago.
I don't remember this email.
Me neither. But she definitely fucked someone else overseas. We caught up and she said, am I wrong?
I didn't think that, but maybe, yeah.
She was with her friends. They said break up with him. She breaks up with him and then a couple days later regrets it.
Yeah, you're possibly right. Yeah.
And that's, that's what you deserve. We caught up and she said she wants me back with I learned my lesson, it won't happen again mentality. For me, I have been burned with this before. And now there's so much doubt, like what if she blindsides me again and do I really want to risk this? Yeah, I mean, this guy's the real victim here.
Yeah. What about me?
Yeah, when we caught up, this crazy bitch, when we caught up and I indicated that, you know what, both these women are fucking insane. This guy's the only sane person in the room. When I indicated I did not want to give it another crack, she said that my name would be dragged through the mud and I would lose all respect in the workplace when people find out. I caved and we are currently together. Oh, well, that's a beautiful love story, isn't it? You cheated on her and she threatened to ruin your reputation unless you got back with her after she probably fucked someone overseas. This is love. This is true love. This is what love is.
This is good.
I've always said that one of the foundational pillars of a successful relationship is blackmail and cheating. But almost immediately, I had a voice in my head saying, this feels wrong.
This is a bad idea.
I don't know about this. I might be a hostage. I feel like I'm in a mutually abusive relationship. Rose and I are on speaking terms as I haven't fully... Oh, my God. Rose, I think maybe I didn't answer this email because I was like, I can't help this person. Rose and I are on speaking terms as I have not fully cut her off, but I feel maybe now she is the one who I'm meant to be with.
Okay.
Would love to know your thoughts and see how much fun you can poke it. Oh, okay. So we've gotten fucking confused. So you cheated on Rose with Emma, who broke up with you while she was overseas
Because
she was worried that you were going to cheat on her, and because she wanted to have sex with some Italian man.
She was getting spit roasted in Greece. That's what I took from this.
And because she regretted getting a train ran on her, Bonnie Blue style, in Senegal, she is now threatening you to go into a relationship by blackmailing you at your workplace.
What do you do for work, bro?
Yeah,
average JB Hi-Fi employee.
This is what he works in. He lives in Ballarat, so it can't be a prestigious career. Anyway, that was 8 months ago.
Wait, okay. Thoughts on the first email?
Yeah, let's do our thoughts on the first email, and then we'll get into the update, which I have not read.
I think you should keep balancing Emma and Rose. I think you can do it.
Yeah, I think what you really want to do, and the key to a successful life, is to just keep getting into relationships where you are hurting each other and you never end it properly, and then you just keep doing that and going back and forth between each girl until all three of you have ruined each other's lives.
That's good. That's good. I think so.
Yeah.
I think actually maybe the best method of doing this is to bear with me on this one.
Mm-hmm. Where is it? Where's the bear?
It's good. It's good. I like to laugh. You don't get to laugh much in Canberra. I don't laugh like this in Canberra. I don't. Maybe that's my midlife crisis.
I think you're not having a midlife crisis. You're having a fucking I live in Canberra crisis.
Canberra's so beautiful, man.
Okay.
Okay.
Why so sad?
Irrelevant.
Beautiful nature. That's you.
Have sex with who is he currently dating? Rose.
No, he cheated on Rose. He's currently being blackmailed
By
into a
Emma.
relationship with Emma.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he cheated on Rose and he's being held prisoner by Emma.
Okay. Take a video of you doing doggy style with Emma.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hear me out.
Okay.
Keep it on your phone.
Yeah.
Easily accessible. Take your password off.
Yeah.
Listen to me. This is good.
Okay.
Have sex with Rose. So cheat on Emma with Rose.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do the same thing. Take a video having sex with her.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it in your most recents. Don't delete it or anything.
No condom.
No condom, cream pie, all that sort of good stuff. Maybe even eat the cream pie out.
Yeah.
And then, are we in focus? I'm not sure. I reckon it's going in and out of focus.
It
I think
can't.
it might
It's
be.
set focus.
Oh, no. So maybe I've been out of focus the whole time. Or
I
maybe
hope
my
so.
eyes are bad.
I think you need glasses. It
Mitch-
looks fine to me.
Mitch, can you check focus for me?
It's in focus. Anyway, I'm trying to get to the bottom of
So
this
just listen.
dilemma.
And then, so have sex with both of them on camera, leave it in your most recents, and then let whoever you're currently dating, Emma, go through your phone. Like let her, like allow.
Airdrop it to her.
What is it like? Manipulate her into checking your phone.
No, airdrop it to her on the train.
Oh, by accident.
Yeah.
Whoop, didn't mean to send you that one.
Yeah.
And then she'll
Airdrop it to her on the train. Speaking of, that's what she was getting up to on her holiday. Fill in the blanks.
And then
Phil, that's...
and then she will discover that you're a cheater, which we all knew. Once a cheater, always a cheater.
Yeah.
That's what everyone says about this guy. And
where are you going with this?
and then she can go, "Oh, you disgusting pervert! I'm breaking up with you." And then you're over it. Like you're the bad guy, but at least you don't have to break up with her.
Okay, my serious advice is you got to remove yourself from both of these women because you've really hurt one of them and the other one is really hurting you.
I just read the first sentence of the next one. I reckon I might be onto something here.
Okay. Well, here's the update. This is so the first email we just read was December 2024. So he was probably weighing up who he wanted to spend Christmas with. He's like, do I get 2 gifts? Or just one? So this is the follow-up.
Will there be a happy ending?
Hey, Lewis. Hope you're well. I wanted to provide an update since December last year. In the time since my last email, I've been with Emma for 8 months. Okay, this is the one blackmailing him into a relationship. However, I kept talking to Rose. Oh, looks like Emma's friends were correct. However, I have kept talking to Rose as she had confessed she had made suggestions of self-harm. Oh, this gets better and better. I also had a feeling of obligation to help her heal, considering all I put her through. To cut a long story short, well,
Poor choice of words. Because of the self-harm.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
To cut a long story short, a couple months ago, I met up with Rose. One thing led to another, and we slept together. Oh my God. I've been in therapy, and I want. Oh well, that's good. It must be working.
Yeah,
it seems to be working.
We got Shannon Knoll over here. What about me?
I've been in therapy, and if I wanted a true future of kids and marriage with either one of them, I had to come clean, brother. It's time to start fresh. It was tough, but I told Rose about me and Emma.
Uh-oh.
Rose went nuclear and posted a status on Facebook. Oh, this is true proper Ballarat, isn't it?
I think I know what these girls look like as well.
Rose went nuclear and posted a status on Facebook saying something to the extent of, this guy is a cheater and his whore is working for this football league. Oh, it's footy drama too. And tagged them and all my family and friends.
Oh no.
Once Emma saw this, she put 2 and 2 together. Fuck, she's a detective, isn't she? There you go. She's picking up on some clues here.
That is good.
How did she work that one out? Once Emma saw this, she put 2 and 2 together, and I confessed to her that I had slept with Rose. So you cheated on Rose with Emma, and now you've cheated on Emma with Rose. Emma and I have talked about some things about our. You guys need to start a relationship together. Get a throuple going.
Yeah, man, this is crazy.
This is hectic. Emma and I have talked about some things about our relationship before my confession, as she originally lied about a few events in her life, including when she lost her V card. Who gives a fuck? What are you, 12? She confessed it never actually happened, and the night I originally cheated on Rose with her was when she lost her virginity. What does that have to do with you?
The night I originally cheated on Rose.
With her. Oh, so she had never had sex before until you cheated on your girlfriend with her. You took her virginity, is what he's saying. Right.
I think that's a bit confusing, but yeah. But Rose was the original girlfriend, so okay, doesn't matter.
I've given her space to make her own decision without any management of helping her through her feelings. With my bias there, I'm currently in limbo if she will take me back or not. Rose has since blocked me on everything and is now completely out of my life. That's good for her. I will always have regrets for what I put her through, but now I can hopefully look forward to a life with Emma. She has my location on and is slowly trusting me again. I guess the question at the end of all of this is, do you have any tips for how I can win her back? Who, Rose? Thanks. And if you do end up making things like this funny, thanks for all you do and making things like this funny. If you can't laugh at these sort of things, life isn't all that great. Cheers.
Mate, life isn't all that great. What?
What do you live in Canberra?
You know what the funny thing is he's done this.
Yeah.
Not got a response from you or from us.
Yeah.
And then gone, I should update them.
I am always fascinated by people who are like going, like this is a developing situation. He's going through it right now.
Yeah.
And he's like, I got to update this guy that I listen to.
This isn't going to make it easier.
See, no, if anything, this is going to make it public. I mean, well, on the plus side, the last time I went to Ballarat, I did not sell very well. So that works well in your favor. Could you maybe send us some screenshots of the Facebook post so we can chuck them up on the Spearhead Sundays podcast page?
True.
Bro, my advice to you is you got to figure out how to be a better person. I think that you if your therapy is working, I would not have liked to have met you before you started going. Honestly, dude, I don't know if can you have a successful relationship with someone that began by you cheating on your former partner and then within 8 months you cheated on them with that former partner? Do you reckon that relationship's salvageable?
I don't think so. I think what he needs to do, this is serious,
yeah,
is quit your job, whatever it is. It's in Ballarat. I'm sure there's a transferable thing you can do.
Mm-hmm.
You can probably move to Kmart in a different city, for sure. And just start fresh. Like you said, start totally fresh. This isn't going to get better. And also you cannot, like, at no point is Emma ever going to recover from this, because she's also probably, it sounds like she might have done something when she was in Europe on that bus or that train. And imagine at your wedding, you're both going in doing your
What's with
vows.
all these balaclavas in your suitcase, babe, that are all the same color? What's that? What's going on there?
What's this rash I'm developing? That baby doesn't look like me. That sort of thing. You're going to be at your wedding giving vows, and in the back of your head, you're going to be thinking about plowing Rose, and she's going to be thinking about getting plowed
by dozens of men on a European holiday.
So I've seen Eurotrip. We know what happens there. I think it's time for you to start fresh, bro.
Yeah, I don't think this is salvageable. I think that you need to do the work on you, is what I think. I don't know if clearly it seems like you're not capable of making rational decisions in a relationship, no matter who it's with. I think you need to get out of the relationship and get into your head and be like, why the fuck did I do all of that? What's that about? You need to figure that out. Is that from my childhood? Is that because of what I saw or went through? Am I like, do I just not want a relationship at all and I just want to crush pussy, but I struggle with attachment? You got to figure that out. Maybe a new therapist. Are you being honest with your therapist? You just get on a Zoom call and you just go, dude, what's going on? Bro, you'll never guess.
Being a therapist would be so hard because you'd just be dealing with this sort of stuff all week, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and you can't do what we're doing and be like, dude, you know that you can't just invent potentially fictional gangbangs in Europe.
What is this guy's name? Because there's two names.
Well, don't read that because I'm assuming that's his actual name.
Okay, so
but he's signed it off as RH.
He signed it off as Reese.
Reese Hannigan. But we've got a different name here. So he's come up with like a nice Reese Hannigan sounds like a real name. That's a good. See, that's your biggest problem, mate, is you have an alias that you figured out and you're like, this is a cool name.
Reese, what do you think you need to do?
Yeah, I would say that. I think what you need to do is you need to very respectfully let this girl down and be like, clearly, I am not capable of being a good partner, not just to you, but to anyone. I need to go and sort myself out. You apply for a city transfer from Kmart to another Kmart, and you figure it out, man. And you know, maybe these two girls will become friends and bond over what you've done to them.
That'd be hot.
So that's our advice. Thank you very much for listening.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
If this happens, you cheat on two girls with each other.
Uh-huh. What a mess.
You start dating one of them.
I couldn't stay in that relationship. I'd be like, I fucked it.
A couple years later, you find out. So say you're dating Emma, I think you ended up with. You find out that actually Emma has been having sex with Rose.
Mm-hmm.
Is that cheating? Or is that just bloody hot? Am I right, fellas? Or is that just a good night?
Emma emails you and goes, I saw you won the lottery and you have $50 million. You laughed at me.
Yeah.
Really hurt my feelings. $5,000.
I'd give her the same response I give Arthur. Don't know ya. Sorry.
I thought Arthur was getting a Hilux.
Yeah, but when he's not. He's not getting a Hilux. He's getting 50 grand towards his house.
What's that 5% deposit?
Are we doing a Patreon?
Yeah. So just to clarify for everyone listening and you and me.
Sure.
We're about to record a Patreon episode.
We are going to record.
And that's up right now. And what you and I record next, Keehlan, will be a Patreon episode. So thank you very much for listening to this main full episode that's going out on YouTube and Spotify publicly.
The confusion came from I texted 3 times in the group chat going, Patreon podcast?
Yeah.
Patreon podcast? I'm coming over for a Patreon podcast.
Yeah.
And then I got here and I said, Lewis, you ready to do the Patreon podcast?
Doubt. I don't think that's what you said.
Mitch?
Who's up for podcasts? Hey,
Podcast.
about to leave. Hungry hippo. Who's up for podcasts? Oh, I'm sorry. You communicated so clearly. How can I possibly be confused by hungry hippo? Who up for podcasts? Oh, my bad.
Okay, that's good. We'll leave it there.
Right, we're going to continue on
maybe I am
Patreon.
wrong.
A couple of hungry hippos.
High school dropouts talking about nuclear power.
Anyway, send an email in to podcast@loosebeers.com if you need some life advice, if you have a funny story to tell, or if you have a question for me, or you would like me to talk about something.
Oh, yuck. I'm using my old bottle.
What's wrong with that?
This has had water in it since May. Oh, yuck. What am I doing?
That's what you get.
That's disgusting.
That's what you get for using milliliters of water.
Oh, no. Am I going to become sick from this?
I hope so. How's this email, Keehlan? You're going to get Jordan Peterson disease. Probably black mold in there.
There's none. That's good. Well, yeah, go. Sorry.
Keehlan, what thoughts on trans people? Any changes? Have you noticed any updates?
No.
No? All right. Have a few more sips. See if we can get you on JK's level.
Been in my car since May.
Awesome. That's great. So here's this email, Keehlan. The subject line is getting an autism diagnosis. And here's the email. Look how long it is.
Oh, fucking hell. Could you copy?
Yeah, you don't need that autism diagnosis, mate. You've got it. I'm not reading that. Guy sent me fucking 7,000 words on whether or not he has an autism diagnosis. You got that shit.
Could you copy and paste that into chat?
And get it summarized? Yeah, that's a great idea.
Just fuck that.
Yeah, this is great. Okay.
The best thing about this podcast is that for how many years? 10 years, you've been shitting on people who send emails in that long.
Don't send me an email that's more than 3 paragraphs. Fuck.
Fucking idiot.
And look how big this guy. Look how much I'm scrolling so I can highlight it. This is like 7 phone screens long, bro. Who do you think I am? ChatGPT is going to be like, this is too long. I'm not reading it.
You've run out of characters.
Oh my goodness.
You've run out of tokens.
I can't even. That's disgusting. I'm going to smell that next time I do a video. Stuck in the foam.
Hey, last time I was here, we recorded 3 Patreon podcasts.
Yeah.
Are all 3 coming out?
Yeah, they've all been scheduled. I think 2 of them are out. There'll be another one out now.
Only one of them is coming out.
Oh, okay. Well, then I haven't done that right. Oh, all right. So can you? Oh, I got to do a new chat. Can you summarize this for me? Look, it's going to think for 20 minutes. Look how big the fucking summary is. That's how much shit. All right.
The summary just says, "Is a fucking loser." You're gonna have to ask it to shorten the summary.
Look. Yeah, I'm gonna get it down to a
3 sentences.
3 sentences. It's still summarizing. Oh my goodness. Fuck.
Wait, I think just do voice chat and just say, "Can you summarize?" Yeah. Okay, cool. All good.
Yeah, that's way too many fucking words. Can you please boil it down to like 3 sentences max? It's actually Lewis that's doing this. I'm not the guy emailing me. He emailed me a bunch of waffle and I want to get it boiled down to 3 sentences, absolute max. Let's go.
Sure thing, Lewis. Here's the short version. A person from Ireland shared their frustrating experience with the public healthcare system, facing delays and ineffective treatments for ADHD and seizures. Despite struggling with non-epileptic seizures and poor mental health, they found better care from a new psychiatrist and a Pakistani doctor. They're currently navigating the complexities of ADHD and possible autism, struggling with societal stigma and a broken system.
Okay, well, firstly, that was way more than 3 sentences. Secondly, do you think that was worth emailing a podcaster about? Bear in mind, it's meant to be an entertaining show that people like to listen to and have a laugh about. Do you reckon anyone listening to the full email would have gotten any sort of entertainment out of this email, or do you reckon it was just a bunch of waffle?
I get where you're coming from. Everyone's experiences are valid, but for a podcast that's focused on entertainment, it's important to keep things engaging.
Sorry, I just activated Bobby's shot collar.
That's good.
All right. Well, we got to go. That's the end of the podcast. Thank you very much for listening. If you have a question for the show, if you need some life advice, if you have a story to tell me, if you want to hear me talk about something, send me an email. The email is podcast@lewspears.com, LEW Spears.com. That's podcast@lewspears.com. Let's see if we've got any emails here. Oh, man, how do these fucking companies get my email? All I have is just spam emails here from an event I bought tickets to. Are you fucking joking? I don't think I have any emails that aren't about a jazz club in Melbourne that I went to a really long time ago. What's this here? Yeah, all right. I don't have any emails. I would like to have emails. Please. Oh, here's one. How to not be a bystander. Hey, Lewis, I just watched your video on TwitchCon. TwitchCon, I did a video on during a VIP meet and greet, a guy walked up to stream, what's her name? Emaru, and grabbed her tits, tried to kiss her. And everyone did nothing. Everyone just stood there and watched, except for one security guard. Everybody just stood there and watched. And I called that out as like cowardice and the well experimented and proven bystander effect. So this email comes from someone that says, how to not be a bystander. Hey, Lewis, I watched your Twitch video and I 100% agree. How could 24 nerds hear a girl scream and think, I'm sure it's fine? Probably related to why they were buying VIP passes to take a photo with a girl who got famous playing League of Legends. Anyway, I've never been in a situation where stepping up was necessary. Maybe I don't go outside enough. I don't know. I'm a bit underweight, but I'm 6'6". Started going to the gym and had a little bit of martial arts training. So in time, I should be physically ready if/when the situation arises. In the meantime, what can I do to mentally prepare myself to step up? You'll probably read this after your second London show, but I can't wait. I'll see you there. I will try and resist the urge to skip the line and give you a smooch. Kind regards, Ben. Well, thank you for coming to the show, Ben. It's a good question. It's a really good question. Now, Ben, you have big man privilege like me, right? So a lot of people, when I talk about how, especially as a man, you have to say something when you see especially other men intimidating or victimizing or harassing women or children or other men. And a common thing I get back is like, easy for you to say you're big. And I just want to say, like, when you speak up, when you do something, it's always scary. Like, it's never not scary. It's meant to be scary. Scary is like adrenaline. It gets like, that's the feeling. The way to not be a bystander is literally thinking about this, like what you're doing now, Ben, by even asking the question and thinking about it and understanding that it's your responsibility to do something. That is how you not be a bystander, right? And understanding the bystander effect as even especially as a small woman, right? A person of any size and age, you have to understand that the bystander effect is a very powerful thing that affects you, right? It's a well-documented
proven phenomenon where if you place a person in a group and light a fire and everyone else is an actor except for one person, if none of the actors move, despite the obvious danger signs, the smoke, the fire alarm going off, most of the time, the person who's not an actor will look at everybody else not moving and decide to do the same. And that's how rooms of people have burned to death, right? Like I remember just in my hotel, I told this story. Did I tell this story? I can't remember. I can't remember if I told the story. But anyway, a guy pulled the fire alarm in the lobby and there was no fire, but I didn't know that. So I wake up, it was like 3 a.m. I run down in my pajamas and I see people piling into the elevator, right? And I know, fuck, don't get in the elevator if there's a fire. I'm going for the fire escape. But other people saw other people in the elevator and they were like going for the stairs and they saw that there were more people in the elevator. They just went into the elevator. Like they saw other people doing the thing that they knew was wrong and they just did it because it's bystander effect, herd mentality. We feel safer in groups even if we're actually not, right? And that's how elevators full of people burn to death. Or another story I've told a couple times is Keehlan and I were swimming at the pool, fire alarm goes off. Me and him get out of the pool straight away. We go to the exit. No one else does. We're some of the only people that move. Now, luckily, both in the case of the hotel and the pool thing, there was no fire. But if there was, so many people would have gotten hurt or died, right? Because they just did what everybody else was doing. So understanding and having the knowledge and really internalizing this idea that you have to make your own decision in emergencies. You have to be present when you are in public, like physically and mentally present. You have to be aware of your surroundings and you have to understand that if something happens, you must make a decision. You have to do something. You don't do nothing. And the something is running away, yelling, moving to the fucking evacuation point, going through the fire exit. Like when I'm talking about making a decision, most times, 9 times out of 10, when you have to make a decision when there's an emergency, it's not being a hero. It's about getting out of that situation and going to where safety is, right? Because it's most likely going to be a fire or a threat or an alarm going off or fucking a car accident and you having to go and help, right? You need to understand that no one's going to do anything. Everyone is going to look around. You have to do something. And understanding that makes you do it when, God forbid, emergencies arise. And what you'll find, and this is certainly true of me, when someone does someone has to do the first thing and then everybody else will follow. Right? And when it comes to actual instances of a man victimizing a woman, I've spoken up a lot in these situations. But previously I had not. Like when I was younger, I'd seen stuff like that and I was, looking around and no one was doing anything, so I didn't do anything. The first step is understanding that no one's going to do anything. And the second step is realizing that means you must. Because if you don't do anything, you might as well be a perpetrator also. If you see someone victimizing someone, acting gross, being violent, whatever, and you do nothing, you have joined their team. You are a perpetrator also. By doing nothing, you are enabling, and that is furthering the perpetrator's goal. You're also victimizing this woman, right? So, a lot of people, whenever I talk about you have to do something, people think, oh, but I'm small and I'm scared and I don't want to get hurt. And like, dude, I have intervened heaps of times with men harassing women, it has never gotten physical. 9 times out of 10, literally all you need to do is go, hey, leave her alone, in a confident, loud voice, and that snaps them out of it. Like, I remember there was a guy that was on another end of another train platform. I'm not even on the platform, right? So it was impossible for me to physically intervene unless I like ran up the stairs, took 2 minutes, got down to the other end, or jumped the tracks, but there was a train coming, so that was like, I could not intervene. But I saw this dude harassing this young girl. She looked like maybe 16, 17, and he was in her face, and he was like on drugs and shit. And I just stood up and I fucking screamed at him. And that made every single person on the train platform look at me and then look at him. And then he saw everyone looking at him and he stopped and walked away from her. Right? It actually is not, most of the time, it is not dangerous to intervene, because intervening rarely, if ever, needs to be physical. Right? Most of the time, the scariest thing for someone who is preying on a woman is just another man saying, I can see you and I disapprove. Because the biggest thing with dudes, like, you look at this VidCon video as a good example. Men who prey on women, they are preying on soft, weaker targets, right? That's why they're doing it. Like, they don't, you will never see them target someone who's bigger than them, target someone who's equal in size and strength to them, target a man. It's always like the smallest, most vulnerable person, and that's smaller women and children, right? There have been lots and lots of studies, right, of a really interesting study of convicted rapists and sexual abusers. These are dudes that have like done the deed and they've got them in prison. And this experiment, they showed them photos of women and got them to name their next target. And there were like women dressed like really revealing clothes, women wearing hoodies and nothing, women that are really attractive, women that were not attractive, all ages, like all different types of women. And every single perpetrator picked the same woman. And it wasn't the woman showing the most skin. It wasn't the most attractive woman. It wasn't the this or that. It was the woman whose body language made her look the most insecure and vulnerable, right? And she was not the most attractive one. It was the woman who looked like a victim, who looked like she had been previously victimized, who looked like the perfect next victim. That's what they said. Who would be the next victim? Which one of these women would you victimize? And they all picked the weakest, most insecure looking woman. And that's what you need to understand is men who victimize women, especially strangers on public transport and stuff where you're in a position to help, they are picking intentionally the softest, weakest target. So by virtue of you saying something, it communicates you're not weak. And that's the scariest thing to men who intimidate or harass or whatever women. And so step one, understanding that no one else is going to do something and accepting the responsibility that means that you must, or you are also a perpetrator. Step two is understanding that actually, even though it is scary and every time I've done it, I've been like scared, it's not fun. I'm not going to tell you it's something I look forward to. It's scary, but that doesn't mean you can't overcome your fear. However scary it is for you, it's so much scarier for them. That's why they picked someone who in their eyes is weak. A woman who won't fight back or who is incapable of fighting back. So the second that you say something,
loudly and confidently, that's even more terrifying for them. And what I have found is when I say something, other men back me up. I've never, ever had someone do it before me, but every time I have done it first, you break the spell of the bystander effect and you find allies all around you. Right? And what you can do as well, I've done this, you know, see some dude harassing a girl, you fucking turn to your left and there's a guy and another woman, you can go, hey guys, I'm going to say something. Can you just back me up? Yell with me. And most people will be like, yeah, fuck yeah. But you have to go first. So I would say you're already doing 80% of not being a bystander, which is thinking, how do I do this? I have to do this, you know? What can I do to mentally prepare myself to step up? You're already doing it, brother. Like, this is part of being a good man, is understanding that it's your responsibility. And a lot of people, when I talk about this, think that that means you have to be some fucking MMA trained martial artist person. I actually think the best way to help people that are being harassed is not to physically get involved. The best way to do it is from a distance to yell and to let them know that's not acceptable behavior. 95% of the time, that's all that it takes, is just a really loud, confident voice telling them, I see you and I don't approve. You know, also known as fucking yelling and swearing at them to fuck off, leave her alone. That it's never escalated beyond that for me. And that's all you need. And that's when you'll find strangers will back you up and join in, which is the victimizer's worst fear. That's why they choose the soft targets, right? So yeah, that's my advice, buddy, is you're already doing it. And that's my advice to everybody here, is intervening. You don't have to be a world champion UFC fighter. You just need a loud voice, and everyone has a loud voice. So it's up to you to do something when something happens, because bystander effect is very real and you're affected by it. Every single time I've intervened, initially, my entire body goes, oh no, don't, and looks around at other people, and other people aren't doing anything. And it's like, really, there's this huge amount of herd mentality, safety that you have to push out and break through to leave so that you can find your voice and yell. But I promise you, as soon as you do that, all of a sudden you've changed the bystander effect to flip and be helping in a positive manner. Because if you're doing, if no one's doing anything, no one's doing anything. But if someone's doing something, you will find other people will join in, and now everyone's doing something. And where initially you have this real scary moment of breaking out of the bystander effect and worried about this or that and being the only person and not wanting to rock the boat, now you got a train full of allies. Yeah, that's what I would recommend. And of course, before you intervene, you got to make sure that everyone's safe and is yelling the safest thing to do for the person being harassed and all this kind of stuff. But it usually is. And yeah, that's nine times out of 10. That's all it takes. And don't listen to the fucking cowards who talk about, oh yeah, but what if you get in trouble, or what if you get into a fight? It's like, man, you got to do something. You have to. Do we want a society where it's safe to raise children and have women walk around? If we do, we also need to understand that it's our responsibility to protect that. And if we don't, you're a coward. And I hope to God that, God forbid, if your mother or your kid or your partner was ever in a situation, I would hope that a cowardly man such as yourself was nowhere to be seen. You know, like, that's what it really comes down to. If you genuinely think like
you shouldn't do anything and you advocate against something, I want you to ask yourself, like, if it was your mum that was on the receiving end of it, what type of man would you rather be in the carriage with her and the perpetrator? A man like me or a coward like you? Really think about that. The answer's pretty obvious. You would want me in the carriage, not you. Pussy. All right. That's it. Thanks for listening. I'm going to talk to you on Patreon. There's a bonus episode every week going up on Patreon.
Life advice. Why do I keep losing friends? If you have a question for me, if you need some advice, if you want to tell me a story, if you want me to comment on something, send it through on email to podcast@lewspears.com, LEW spears.com. Podcast@lewspears.com. Not Lewis, Lou Spears.com. Life advice. Why do I keep losing friends? Hey, Lewis, I'm 31, loser, so am I. Old, half dead, recently diagnosed with ASD.
Not an excuse.
What's that?
Asperger's?
ASD.
Australian Signals Directorate.
Autism spectrum disorder.
Oh,
Fucking retarded guy over here. I'm 31, recently diagnosed with ASD, and lately it feels like I keep losing friends like it's some kind of side quest I never asked for. I used to be really close with my uni mates, but eventually realized we were basically just drinking buddies. That's what I was talking about, Australia. I guarantee you this guy's Australian. Things really went sideways when I broke up with my long-term ex because I decided to take Christianity seriously. She did not, and I couldn't see myself marrying someone who was not interested in something that huge in my life. My friends got weirdly annoyed about that. I'm also 2 meters tall. Is this guy me? Not relevant, but it explains why I can't hide from anyone during an argument. I told these guys so many times to stop doing the classic Aussie put down banter, especially the same recycled Jesus jokes and that one time we heard you having sex jokes. Not because I can't take a joke, but because it's repetitive, lazy, and honestly not funny after the 200th time. I used to be a slutty party boy, but I don't want to live like that anymore. Apparently that also makes me less fun. Since then, I have met new people, but those friendships fall apart too. They'll say things like, you don't show enough support, even though I show up, answer calls, and I'm there when people actually need me. I just find it hard to endlessly talk about emotions or who they're sleeping with. I have a bunch of interests, punk music, sport, church, and half the time I'm just wondering why no one wants to talk about their actual hobbies, like trains or whatever they're into. You can tell this guy's autistic because he's like, hobbies like trains. My question is, am I doing something wrong here, or am I just not finding the right people? How do I actually build friendships that last? I would love to hear your take, even if the answer is, mate, fix yourself. That's the answer. Look, Australia, it's really hard to make actual real friends in this country, especially as a man, because we don't know how to do that. Because, I mean, like this email said, and like I just said, it revolves around drinking and putting each other down a lot of the time because there's a real fear of intimacy, especially among Australian men who are just waiting to call something gay or weird or lame or try hard. The Christianity thing, I suppose I can speak to that a little bit. That's because I have also, started it just in January this year. I've started getting into that. I don't think it's hurt my friendships or anything like that because I have, you got to walk. Some people are turned off by it for sure. So a lot of people are turned off by it. They don't understand it. Honestly, it reminds me a little bit of when I was like 16 to 18 and everyone found out that I did not drink. When everyone was getting and drinking and people assumed that I would judge them when that was not the case. So there's a little bit of that when you join any sort of religion. People are understandably and probably validly worried that you're going to change heaps and turn into some religious fanatic because that does happen and it shouldn't. And if you're doing that, that's wrong. But it doesn't sound like you are. I think it's really hard to make friends in Australia.
He's got a 6-7 in his email.
What do you think about this, Keehlan?
I think you're right. You're interested in sports, so why don't you just find friends at the sports club? If you like footy, go to the sports club.
It sounds like you have grown out of. It sounds like you used to be someone else, and you have matured and grown into somebody else, and your partner, your friends are not growing with you, because they'll be growing in directions, and sometimes that happens. Like once you hit your late 20s, like the types of people everyone is going to be really start to diverge, because some people have been damaging themselves for a long time. Some people have been really investing in themselves. Some people, fall off and fuck up. Sometimes horrible things happen to people. Sometimes a lot of people move, and like it's a real transition period, that like 25 to 32 area, because everyone's life people have to pick a direction, and then some people don't pick any direction, and then they fall apart. So it sounds like you're really changing yourself, and yeah, with that comes friendships that no longer function. They don't serve their purpose, which is, to be a friend. And if people don't support you changing and growing, if you genuinely think that you're actually becoming a better person, and you think you're becoming happier and stronger, and then you have to just you got to lean back and let those friendships fall away. What you can't do is blame everybody else, or sit and wallow and be like, oh, there's something wrong with me. I'm fucking, I'm broken. I can't make friends. It's really hard to make friends, especially in Australia, especially as a man, especially as someone in their 30s. But it is possible. And a lot of it is just keep engaging with your interests in real life, and doing things, and talking to people, and remaining open and curious. And you will find a new group of people or friends or whatever. And, maybe part of that is moving to a new area, or maybe another part of it is like going to different music shows, or all these places that you used to hang out, go to different ones. But yeah, everyone has a path that's perfectly designed for them, that they're supposed to be walking, and you can tell when you're not on it. And sometimes you've accidentally been walking on somebody else's path for a really long time. You didn't even notice. Most times when you're off the path, you don't notice that you've been walking off your path for a long time. But if you really stop and be present and pay attention, you'll be like, shit, I took a wrong turn, or I'm on the right path. So it's in hindsight, it feels obvious, but when you've just walking down a trail and it feels like a trail, and you're like, shit, I've been going down the wrong direction.
I got nothing for it, but 6-7.
Yeah. The classic Aussie put down banter sucks. As much as we do it on this show for comedic effect, some people can only communicate that way, and they use it to ward off intimacy and true friendship and stuff. That is hard, and I think that's a uniquely Australian thing. They do that a little bit in England, and they complain about that in London, but it's like
they don't do it in the US, because when I lived there, I struggled with some of my initial friends because I was mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've said this before, my first tour of the UK, people would talk to me and I would be standoffish and suspicious and be like, what does this person want from me? Why are they talking to me? And it took me a long time to be like, I'm wrong and this is actually beautiful. I'm fucking this up. And yeah, Americans are like that too.
Yeah.
They have the opposite problem, where sometimes people are too supportive and curious and earnest and yes and supportive, and you can do it, and they'll encourage you in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Sure.
or say, yes, you can do that impossible thing that will harm you. Whereas we're on the complete opposite scale of it, which is like, why are you trying? You think you're better than me?
Yeah.
I deserve that more than you. Fuck you. So yeah, I don't know. You just got to keep trying, and all you can do is be the type of friend that you want, but the disclaimer is you don't give that away to everybody. You have to believe people when they show you who they are. You have to temper your gift of friendship. You can't give it away to everyone, because then you can't be friends with, the people that are capable of being friends with you. You really got to look at people and be like, is this person capable of being my friend? And if they are, continue to pursue. If they're not, you just got to lean back and let them go. You don't even have to be mean. So yeah, good luck. You just got to keep trying. The answer, is fix yourself. How do I actually build friendships that last? You have to be the friend that you deserve, and you have to pay attention to how people treat you, which you seem to be doing, and you seem to be very disappointed. And that's a really heartbreaking thing of like learning what you actually deserve is you start to see how you have not been given that, and you go, fuck, I think I've got no mates. But that's life, baby. Good luck. Is that the end of the episode?
Yeah, I got to drive home.
Okay.
Back to Canberra.
Have a shit one. Bye. Well.